Chapter 2852, The Reward of the Ox Being. Chapter 2852, The Reward of the Ox Being. The system prompt suddenly sounded, causing Long Fei's heart to tremble. Damn, I almost forgot about the mission. A day's time was almost up. If the time limit was exceeded, then the mission would be considered a failure. If the mission failed, then the result would be he was killed by the system. Hearing the system beep, Long Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for completing the quest. Obtain task reward, 100 million points of experience points, draw a random prize, evolve a new system once, and capture the hearts of the 3 Yi-Mei sisters. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. The current level is Elemental Level 5. Ding! System notification. Do you want to start the lottery? Long Fei did not immediately start the lottery draw. He wanted to know what the new system had evolved to. Ding! System prompt. System evolution. A progress bar immediately appeared in Long Fei's system interface. A few seconds later, the system beep. Ding! System prompt. Obtain garbage collection system. Pfft. System your ass, after all this time, you finally managed to create a garbage collection system. Recycling your head. Long Fei was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had thought that there would be some crazy system, but he didn't expect it to be a recycling system. It's not that useful, is it? Immediately, Long Fei did not pay any attention to this. Looking at the random drawing, he gulped down a few mouthfuls of saliva and muttered under his breath, "Activate. Come. Get me a powerful holy artifact." Long Fei was a little excited in his heart. He had not drawn a prize in the Universal Realm before, so it was reasonable to say that the items that the Universal Realm had drawn should not be too bad. The system started the lottery draw. A ray of fluorescent light sprinkled out and a box shining with the radiance of stars landed on the interface. Long Fei clicked on it and thought to himself, "Ha sa, give me some strength." Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Making Technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Making Technique. Looking at the secret manual floating on the interface, Long Fei felt as if ice water was being poured on his feet. From heaven to hell, the entire area was covered. F***CK. Making Technique, make your sister? What nonsense is this? Can't you give me a holy artifact and let me act cool? Making Technique, what did I ask you to create? The anger in Long Fei's heart burst uncontrollably. It was unstoppable. Why not draw something? Yet he had drawn a useless skill book. This was too miserable. Immediately, Long Fei immediately said, as he thought about the system that had just evolved, recycling. What a rotten thing. Ding! System notification. The Making Technique can recover 100 million experience points. Are you sure you want to recover it? Long Fei was startled. Just as he was about to say the word confirm, the words stuck in his throat and he forcibly pushed them back. How much? Long Fei's eyes were as wide as bull's eyes. How much experience points? Damn, this garbage collection system is for recycling experience points? I'll go. In the past, they had only recovered exchange value, but could exchange for items in the commercial market. However, this was very straightforward, and directly converted into experience points. This would be even more beneficial to Long Fei, which meant that he would need various types of powerful spirit treasures to infinitely level up. In other words, there was one more way for him to level up. The system is awesome, the system is mighty. Ha ha! Awesome! Long Fei became excited. The recovery system was not the main point was the recovery of the Making Technique. He stared at the experience points that appeared on the recovery system. Oh my god, 1 billion. A whole 1 billion experience. If I were to recycle it, I would at least be able to break through to the Psyker realm. 1 billion experience was just too much. A garbage collection system. Anything that is placed here for recycling is just trash. A 1 billion experience trash is worth at least 10 billion. Long Fei was slightly shocked. When he took out the making technique, Long Fei did not look at its attributes and thought that it was just a skill book. It was not really useful. But now. Gudong. Long Fei carefully clicked on Give Up to recover, then became secretly excited. What exactly is worth so much experience? I have to study it carefully. Technique. Making technique, auxiliary method, grade. None proficiency. None cooldown. None consumption. None description. Various powerful materials and strengths will be used to create different kinds of super strong armors. The armor's level will change, according to the materials and the strength. Description 2. The armor can be upgraded by 3 to 10 levels. Damn! So that's how the armor is made. Long Fei muttered and immediately thought of the family that the One Piece's twisted eyebrow mountain governed. They had an incomparably powerful battle uniform system, and once they put it on, they were as if they were two completely different people. Is it because I can make this armor? Heh heh. However, not only that. This was only one of them, the more powerful armor that could be combined with a super robot, such as Huang Taiping's Super Mecha or Ultraman. F***CK. This is F***King too much. Long Fei's eyes flashed with a bright light. He could not wait to immediately produce a few super battle armors. He was truly overpowered. There is no cooldown, no consumption, and there is also no proficiency. That is to say, it does not need to rely on proficiency to level up. It is a full level in itself. So exciting. Long Fei's face was flushed red. He was extremely excited. What's the matter with you? Queen of Blood Moon asked with concern. Long Fei regained his composure as he swallowed back the saliva that was about to pour out and said, "And nothing. Alright, do you still have more obsidian stones from the ghastly cave?" Long Fei immediately wanted to produce a few super battle armors. The Queen of Blood Moon smiled faintly as he looked at the three sisters. What else do we need in Night Valley? There are ores here that are even more powerful than the obsidian stone, God's stainless steel. God's stainless steel. It was a type of ore that grew deep underground only on the surface of the earth. It absorbed the power from the veins and was a high-grade material for artifact forging, a grade higher than that of the obsidian stone. In the western regions, this kind of ore was only found in the Night Valley. Big Sister Yimei said, "There are a lot. Night King, how much do you need?" Long Fei said, "As much as you have." Big Sister Yimei immediately said, "All right, I will immediately send people to prepare it." The Queen of Blood Moon said slightly, "All right, those people from East Imperial City have already withdrawn from the Night Valley. I should also leave now." Long Fei looked at Queen of Blood Moon, and the expression in his eyes flickered slightly as he said, "Why don't you stay here tonight?" Queen of Blood Moon smiled faintly and said, "I want to stay, and the Lun family wants you again. But tonight is their big day, so I won't join in the fun." Huh! Long Fei was startled. Queen of Blood Moon pulled the three sisters over and muttered a few words under her breath. The three sisters' faces all turned red from embarrassment. Chapter 2853 Production of Super Armor. Chapter 2853 Production of Super Armor. Queen of Blood Moon left the Night Valley with 3,000 ghost generals. The sky darkened. Long Fei thought that there was no need to rush back to the East Imperial City. Furthermore, with his current cultivation, compared to those clan elders, the powerhouse was not even worth mentioning. Once they went back, if anyone else caused trouble, they wouldn't even have the ability to protect themselves if they used all their trump cards. If not for Queen of Blood Moon rushing over in time, his fate would have been very miserable. "Brother Fei, I'm going to go cultivate. I heard that deep in the Night Valley's underground palace, there is an extremely rich underground breath of true spirit. I'll go try it out." Tan de Peo said seriously. Long Fei's cultivation was constantly getting stronger, his speed was too slow, and had been dragging his feet the entire time. Tan de Peo's heart was not at ease, but actually, he was training very hard. He was very clear that with his own physique, Blood Vein S could not even compare to the native warriors of Universal Realm. He could only make up for his inadequacies in physique by giving more effort than others. Plus, he had lost an arm. Long Fei said, "Go!" Deep in the night, Long Fei sat cross-legged in an exquisite room and transformed into normal practice mode. Little by little, he began to comprehend it. He continued to temper them bit by bit. This process was extremely slow, but every single point made Long Fei excited. He himself was very tiny, like a speck of dust in the universe, but he felt like he could see the entire universe clearly. It was very strange. After a small matter, huff, as Long Fei's energy returned to the pubes, his entire body relaxed slightly as he slowly exhaled the turbid air in his body. He felt an indescribable sense of relaxation from head to toe, and the system's notification sound also sounded out. Ding. System notification. You have received 70,213 experience points. A lot more. Seems like my normal practice mode is steadily increasing as well. Maybe I'll be able to get 1,000,000 experience in 1 hour. Long Fei smiled faintly. At this moment, the room door was gently pushed open, and the 3 Yimei sisters walked in. Her face was still red. He took off his veil. Furthermore, the clothes worn by the 3 of them were exceptionally hot. They were tight, and their figures were vividly sketched, causing one to be unable to take their eyes off them. The 3 pairs of eyes were filled with confusion. Long Fei said softly, "You haven't rested yet, is there anything you need?" The elder sister stammered, "Night King, the god's stainless steel, has prepared 3,000 caddies. It should reach 2,000 caddies tomorrow." "So many?" Long Fei trembled slightly and said, "Thank you for your hard work." The second brother added, "The people from the other tribes of Night Valley have also arrived. Because it is late in the night, they might disturb Night King's rest. They will come again 3 days later to pay their respects." Long Fei nodded and said, "Oh, got it. Anything else?" The 3 of them lowered their heads. As his hands played with the corners of his clothes, his face became even redder, so red that it seemed as if juice could drip out of it. Long Fei said, "If you have anything to say, say it." The 3 were silent again, as if they had something to say. Long Fei was also puzzled. Finally, the third brother couldn't hold it in any longer and said, We are here to sleep with you." After saying that, her face became as red as a bright red apple. "Huh!" Long Fei did not manage to react. "What?" the big sister said. "You helped us kill the old man Huang, avenged us, and saved our Night Clan and Night King. More importantly, the 3 of us took off our veils for you at the same time. We once swore that we would only remove our veils to the people we love, and after taking it off we would marry him. So," the second brother continued, "originally the 3 of us were split up, but Sister Ghost King said that you were particularly good in that aspect, and the 3 of us didn't understand anything, so we came together." OL3 said, "Don't say anything else, let's attack together." Without waiting for Long Fei to react, OL3 immediately rushed forward and pounced into Long Fei's embrace. Long Fei fell back onto the bed. Then, OL3's mouth was gagged. The same went for the second boss. He took off his clothes and walked over. The 3 of them were exactly the same. Even the body was the same. That night, Long Fei did not stop at all. It was an incomparably happy night. Early morning, Long Fei's eyelids moved slightly. He glanced left and right, and realized that the 3 Yimei sisters had already left. He stood up slightly, looked at the incredibly messy bed, and smiled. When he saw the 3 blood stains on the bed sheets that looked like fresh flowers, Long Fei's heart ached. From today onwards you are my long phase women. I will do my best to give you the best. At this time, an elder spoke out from outside. Lord Night King, breakfast is ready, and the god's stainless steel is also prepared. Would you like to eat breakfast first, or go see the god's stainless steel first? Long Fei said, Together. The elder immediately replied, Understood. When Long Fei walked out of the room, the people of Night Valley Clan all bowed in respect. What happened yesterday had greatly changed their view of Long Fei. In their hearts, Long Fei was the Night King, the irreplaceable Night King. So this is the god's stainless steel? On a small underground plaza, Long Fei looked at a piece of steel that was shining with a bright light and was overjoyed. The power in this ore is too strong. If we can use them to create a set of armor, that would be awesome. Heh heh. An inexplicable sense of excitement rose up. Long Fei also did not stay there for long and immediately said, I want to go into seclusion here. I want to manage the affairs of the Night Valley first for the Night Empress, and other than that, no one else is allowed to come here without my permission. Yes, sir. Everyone quickly left. They didn't know what Long Fei was going to do, but Night King's order was everything. Looking at the large pile of God's stainless steel, Long Fei lightly said, Let's start with what? Let's practice first. Huff! Long Fei let out a light breath and said, Make one for each of the Night Empress first. This can be considered my gift to them. What kind of armor should I make? It must not be too heavy or too big. It would be best if it's tight and sexy. This is what my woman has to do to increase her charm. Then, an image appeared in Long Fei's mind, Cat Girl. That's it. The strength of the Yi Mei sisters were biased towards speed. Long Fei also wanted to turn them into the real Yi Mei, the kind that came and went without a trace. The Cat Girl's battle uniform matched their words perfectly. If they could successfully produce it, they would definitely like it. Not just the three Yi Mei sisters. And Fu Xishan, Lan Mei and the others also needed battle gear, but they needed more protective gear. Long Fei picked up a piece of God's stainless steel, and it moved, making technique. Then, an unusual power appeared in his body. This power was not some strong injurious power, but a type of auxiliary power. It's starting. Battle Armor Creation. Chapter 2854 6 Tribes Coming to Force the Palace. Chapter 2854 6 Tribes Coming to Force the Palace. There was no proficiency. No cooldown. Even more so, it didn't require the consumption of his true spiritual value. As long as his stamina could keep up, Long Fei could continue to produce more. However, if he wanted to successfully make the armor, it would not be an easy task, at least. Long Fei heard only one kind of system beep in a row for 2 hours. Ding! System notification. Production failed. Ding! System notification. Production failed. Ding! System notification. Production failed. This voice was like a loop without any limits, and it made Long Fei's eardrums turn cocoon when he heard it. Even though it failed. However, Long Fei was also summing up his experiences. It's too fast, the outline is too slow. Fail. Uneven control of power, failure. The fusion rate of the god's stainless steel is too low, failure. Fail. Fail. He continuously failed, and Long Fei was not discouraged. The making technique did not have an ancient power, and he was also unable to use it. He could only rely on himself to continuously search around. It was just like walking in the dark. Whether he could reach the right path or not, he could only continue forward in search of the correct path. Fail. Ding. System notification. Refining failed. Ding. For an entire day, Long Fei wasted over 1,000 kilograms of God's stainless steel. Just the value of these fine steels sold in the East Imperial City would be up to 10 million Grand Mist crystals. For the rest of the day, he didn't even hear a single successful prompt. They were all failures. Long Fei did not give up. What is the Lord Night King doing? So many gods stainless steel. This is the annual production rate of our Night Valley. That's right, the Night Valley is maintained by God's stainless steel. If not, it would be hard to maintain it. What are you guys worried about? If we did not have the Lord Night King, would we still be able to stand here? It's not like you guys didn't see how much Night King gave for us, and how do you know if he's helping our Night Valley forge weapons? Exactly. No matter what Night King does, I will support him. We also support him. We admire and respect this young Night King, but what about the other tribes? Yesterday, the leaders of the other tribes were here, and their faces were very unsightly. If it wasn't for the elders stopping them, they would have started last night. I also heard that the other tribes seem to have joined forces to deal with Night King. They will be coming to Night Valley in 3 days to discuss the abolition of the human Night King. If they come to abolish the Night King, I will be the first to refuse. Humans were humans after all. Even if he had saved Night Valley clan before, he was still a human. The choice of the old Night King also made a lot of people from the Night Valley clan to not understand. Those tribes that were not in the Night Valley also did not understand. Why would they choose a human as the Night King? Was there no one left at the Night King's place? When the humans left, the Night Valley was at peace. After everyone quieted down, many people would think of all sorts of questions. Big sis, do you want to tell Night King? Yi Mei and his 2 brothers frowned as they looked at the invitation card on the table. The third brother was displeased and asked, why? What qualifications do they have to abolish the Night King? The second brother said with a smile, if the commanders of the several great tribes join hands, they would indeed have the right to abolish the Night King as well. But they have no idea what the Night King has done for us. No way. I don't care so much. If anyone abolishes the Night King, I will be the first one to not forgive them. She had already treated Long Fei as her kin, her man. The boss also said slightly, third sister is right. We are the Night King's women. If they want to abolish the Night King, then they have to get past us first. We'll wait here for them. No matter what others say or laugh at, we will have a clear conscience. Besides, there are still Ghost King sis supporting us. They made up their minds. They were now Long Fei's women, so no matter what they did, the first thing they thought of was Long Fei. Even though they didn't know how long Long Fei could stay in the Night Valley, or whether he would come back after he leaves. They didn't know what Long Fei treated them as, but once they choose, they would walk straight into the dark. Because they are the Night King's women. The next day. Ding. System notification. Refining failed. Who? Long Fei was covered in sweat. His clothes were drenched in sweat. Upon hearing the word failure, his heart tensed up. Just a bit more, just a bit more. Another failure. This was the closest he had ever come to success. Huff, huff, huff. Long Fei gasped for breath heavily, looking at the materials that were wasted. His eyebrows tightened. I must succeed. I must definitely leave the Night Valley. The Night Valley must definitely be managed by Night Empress, and they must have the power to shake the Night Valley. Their cultivation level combined with the power of the battle uniform should be enough. Again. Long Fei's heart tensed up, and he started crafting once again. Ding. Fail. Ding. Fail. Another day went by, and each time it came close. At night. Ding. System notification. Production successful. Long Fei was overjoyed, ha ha. We finally succeeded. But, when he took out the successfully made battle armor, Long Fei's eyes rolled and he almost fainted in shock. He wanted to make the Catgirl's battle armor, but the one he made wasn't a Catgirl, but an elephant battle armor instead. Not only was it extremely clumsy, it was also extremely ugly. He threw it to the side. Again. Ding. Fail. Ding. In the blink of an eye, another night passed. Other than one success, Long Fei still failed constantly, but he felt that he was getting closer and closer to success every time. He's here. The commanders of 6 tribes are here. Not only that, they brought all of the tribe's warrior here, and all of the people surrounding the Night Valley are here. Are they here to discuss it? You must be here to force your way into the palace, right? Within the underground palace, a sturdy old man walked into the underground palace and immediately roared, "Get that trash human out!" As soon as he finished, voices echoed in the underground palace. The Yi Mei sisters and many elders quickly walked out. At the same time, the people of 6 tribes also walked forward. Yi Mei and the 3 sisters couldn't help but feel nervous when they saw the 6 tribes' situation. It was also at this time. Long Fei let out a light breath as the idea moved. "Sister Xiaoqian, it's your time again." 8 stars to support Nie Xiaoqian. She was a support, so she was more able to help Long Fei to avoid detours. Moreover, Long Fei's current-making technique had already been cultivated to a certain realm, and could be controlled. At this time, letting Nie Xiaoqian out was a better, more beautiful, and perfect time. Chapter 2855. Causing Trouble? Chapter 2855. Causing Trouble? Master! Nie Xiaoqian's gentle voice sounded. Dressed in white, she floated lightly in front of Long Fei. She was different from H and Annie Road. Thus, if Long Fei did not reveal her, she would not be seen by anyone. Long Fei looked at her pitiful expression and asked, "Can you help me make the battle uniform?" With her current 2-star loyalty, she would not reject Long Fei's request too much. However, it would not be possible for her to go all out. However, Long Fei had a trump card. The idea moved: activate 100 charm value. The aura on Long Fei's body and his extraordinary temperament, in addition to the slight change in his outer appearance, immediately caused Nie Xiaoqian's eyes to tremble and flash with an unusual light. Nie Xiaoqian immediately nodded. Long Fei rejoiced in his heart. Damn, any big move is useless. A charm value at full strength is the most powerful move, one that can even confuse ghosts. Ha ha ha. This was the complete set of charm value. Even men could be bewitched, let alone a female ghost. Of course, unless one was also someone who was at the peak of the charm value, they would all be captivated by Long Fei's 100 points of charm value. Alright, then let's begin. Long Fei moved slightly, once again entering the process of making the armor. He had only succeeded once in the past 2 days, and it was a coincidence at that. The number of times he failed now reached close to 10,000. Summing up all these experiences, coupled with the power of an 8-star supporting Nie Xiaoqian, success wouldn't be far. Looking at the pile of abandoned materials behind him, God's stainless steels were almost used up. If they did not succeed, then there would really be no materials left. Long Fei was secretly nervous. Nie Xiaoqian helped them from the side. The 2 of them had the same teamwork as last time with alchemy, so their teamwork this time was even more coordinated. Moreover, it had to be said that the 8 stars' supporting abilities were beyond Long Fei's imagination. 10 minutes later. Ding. System notification. Production successful. A sharp and clear system beep caused Long Fei's eyes to shine. Success. Hee hee. Opening up the system, he immediately checked and was slightly stunned. I still want it. This battle uniform is too clumsy, too bulky, and it doesn't look too good. I want to create a battle uniform that looks like liquid. Soft but tight the moment I wear it. It's more or less right for the men to wear this set of battle clothes, but it's still not good enough for the Yi Mei and Yi Mei sisters to wear. Again. Long Fei threw himself in again. Get that useless human out here. What is a cowardly turtle? Do you really think such a person has the qualifications to become our king of Night Valley? I, your father, am also the first to refuse to accept this. Get him out here. Get out here. While the Night King that we have not chosen does not count, I do not care if he has received the old Night King's inheritance or not. In short, I do not recognize him as a human that is neither worthy nor qualified. Without our 6 tribes' permission, he is not a king of Night Valley. The elders of the 6 tribes were aggressive. 3 days ago, when they knew that humans had been chosen as king of Night Valley, they had already been boiling with rage. It was just that they did not bring the tribe's warrior with them at that time. Now, they were all prepared. This time, it was to get Long Fei off the stage. Big Sis Yi Mei said, 6 great elders, you do not have the qualification to interfere in the selection of the new Night King. You are elders of the 6 tribes, so you should be clear about your responsibilities. Also, all these years, it has always been the decision of the previous Night King. There was no need for anyone to agree to it, including you 6 elders. The faces of the 6 grand elders darkened. It was getting ugly. She was right. The 6 tribes did not have the qualifications to meddle in Night King's selection. An elder said solemnly, "We are not qualified, but we are qualified to abolish Night King." "You're right." "That's right, we have the right to abolish Night King. As long as the 6 of us agree, we can abolish Night King immediately. Kid, even your father didn't dare to speak to us this way. Now that the 3 of you have taken off your veils, I am afraid that you have already had a relationship with that human." An old man's eyes were cold as he stared at the 3 Yi Mei sisters. An elder behind the 3 Yi Mei sisters took a step forward and said, 6 great elders, it's night time for them. Before going into closed-door cultivation, Duke Yi will pass everything to the 3 of them. Also, as an elder of the Night Valley, I know that humans cannot become king of Night Valley, but the things that happened that day did not happen to you guys. He did not know what happened and he had the strength, so he was qualified to become the king of Night Valley as well. In addition, the Night King and the Ghost King have a deep relationship. I suggest that we reconsider abolishing the Night King. Coercing and enticing. As he finished speaking, many of the elders and disciples of the underground palace began to chime in. Master Long Fei is definitely qualified. Without her, our underground palace would have already been occupied by humans. You're right. You're using the Ghost Cave Queen to scare me? The eyes of the elder from 6 tribes twisted as he said solemnly, "This is the matter of the family of our Night Valley. He doesn't have the qualifications to meddle in this ghost hole. Whether or not he saved this place, it doesn't matter that he is human. What if he is a spy from the human race? The cold winter is approaching. Can he stand on our side and fight against the humankind? Will he? Humans have killed so many of our clansmen, we must take revenge. I heard that the people of the Su family are also here, and you even let Su Wantu's daughter go." The argument went on and on. Moreover, it was obvious that the people from the 6 tribes were determined to abolish Long Fei this time. Moreover, it might kill him. However, the 3 Yi Mei sisters and the clansmen of the underground palace were defending Long Fei. Finally, one of the great clan elders of the 6 tribes said solemnly, "All right, since you won't let us abolish Night King, then we can only use another method." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed slightly as well. Big Sister Yi Mei asked, "What method do you plan to use?" The great clan elder said slightly, "Whether it is in the human world or in our Night Valley clan, all of us use our strength to speak. If you say that he saved all of you, then his cultivation must be very powerful, and if he obtained the inheritance of the old Night King, then he cannot be matched, and today we will use his strength to determine his superiority. The representatives of the various sects, whoever wins will decide everything. But there is one thing I want to say in advance. If we win, not only will we abolish his Night King status, but we will also leave him with his life." Big Sister Yi Mei said, "And if we don't agree?" The great elder smiled faintly. "It's fine if you don't agree, but if you don't agree, He looked behind him and said lightly, "If you don't agree, then we can only use the third method. Kill them all." Chapter 2856 Azure Dragon Triggered Tasks. Chapter 2856 Azure Dragon Triggered Tasks. There were a lot of 6 tribes and all of them gathered together. Forget about the 6 great elders, just the 6 tribes were something the 3 sisters, Yi Mei and Yu Yang, couldn't withstand. Moreover, once they started fighting, the one that would be injured was still the Night Valley. Big Sister Yi Mei said, "All right, then set up the stage, the representatives of the various sects, and the victor will be the king." The great elder smiled and said, "The victor is the king." Big Sis Yi Mei said, "Give us some time to prepare." The great elder said, "Sure, we'll meet in the underground palace square in an hour." An hour. Big Sister Yi Mei was anxious to buy more time. However, before she could finish her words, the great elder continued, "Since you think that it's been so long, then let's just let it be for half an hour. Remember, if you don't fight, then it'll be considered your loss." Finished. Without giving the 3 Yi Mei sisters any chance to speak, they left in big strides. "Just wait and lose. Ha ha ha. Night Empress? Hee hee. It's the end. If humans are king of Night Valley, it is the shame of the Night Valley. It is all because of you 3. You 3 are the sinner of the Night Valley clan. Let's wait and see." The people of 6 tribes all sneered, while the 6 great clan elders looked at them with contempt. Moreover, the 3 of them were also heavily injured. Not only them, the elders of the underground palace were also injured. Their combat power could be said to be less than 1/3 of their usual level. At this time, to choose to fight in the arena? Without a doubt, this was courting death. He was definitely going to lose. They had fallen into their trap. From the very beginning, they had wanted to have the 3 sisters fight in the arena, because they were sure to win. "Sis, we are all injured, and the same goes for the elders. Who can we send to fight?" The second brother's forehead was also tight. She could not think of anyone to fight. The third brother also said, "If it's an elder, then it's an elder. If it's a guard, then it's a guard. Every one of them is injured. There's no one to send. The 2 Night Empress are right, us old fellows are both injured and disabled. Even if we go out to fight, it would only be disgrace to the Night King." Sigh. The few elders lowered their heads and sighed. Big Sister Yi Mei slightly said, "Elders, you don't have to blame yourselves. Even if we lose, we have to lose a bit more bravely. We'll talk about it later. This time, Night King is in seclusion. We are fighting for him, it is our first battle." She had made up her mind. She was going to fight. Everyone's eyebrows tightened. They had no chance of winning this competition. "I'm going to find Night King." OL3 turned around and walked into the depths of the underground palace. Big Sis also quickly chased after him. However, when he arrived at the place where Long Fei was undergoing closed-door cultivation, he found it to be quiet for a while, and not a single sound could be heard. "I'll go get Night King." OL3 let out an underestimate. The boss immediately pulled him back. "Night King is in closed-door cultivation. He said not to disturb him in any way. Long Fei possessed their father's inheritance of the imperial power, so he might be cultivating this power. The most taboo thing to do in seclusion was to disturb. If one were to be disturbed at a critical moment, it would be a huge blow to the cultivators, and they might not be able to break through again for the rest of their lives. "Big Sis, but it's already like this, we are not 6 tribes' match at all. You have to know, if we lose, they would want Night King's life." OL3 said anxiously. Big Sis said lightly, "Therefore we cannot lose." Zhang Xian was taken aback. The second brother looked surprised. "Sis, you?" The elder sister laughed lightly, and said, "He has saved us, saved Night Valley clan, and also given us 3 bodies to him. He is our king. Now that he is in closed-door cultivation, we should take care of everything for him, because we are his women, not useless vases, not decorations. Even if I have to sacrifice everything, I will carry the burden for him." The eyes of the second brother were filled with shock as well. Both of them nodded their heads in unison as they replied, "Yes. Sis, I know what to do now. Don't worry, I will use my life to protect him. Our king." Ding. Refining is a success. He succeeded yet again, but he still could not meet Long Fei's requirements. He was still unable to soften his battle clothes, and his strength was still lacking. No way. Again. Long Fei frowned. Actually, all of his ghost soldiers had heard what the three sisters had just said. Long Fei was very moved in her heart. If a woman was willing to give her life for him, then what reason did he have not to risk his life for them? Again. Long Fei crazily unleashed his making technique to its limit, but, even with Nie Xiaoqian's help, his strength was still lacking a little. He couldn't break through the third-level shackles. In other words, the armor that he had created could only be upgraded by 3 small levels. It was completely not worth looking at. Even if the Yi Mei sisters leveled up by 3 levels, it would still be useless. Long Fei had only trained in making technique for 3 days. To be able to achieve such an outcome was already something he had thought of, and it was also something he risked his life to achieve. What on earth is the solution? What other power can you inject? Just as Long Fei was unable to think of a solution, a voice came out from the space ring. "Kid, this making technique of yours is rather interesting. If you're willing to help me create a set of dragon armor, I'm willing to give you some strength." Without waiting for Long Fei's reply, the system sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for triggering the hidden quest, Dragon Armor S. Mission: Forge a Dragon Armor Level. SS time: 3 years reward, 1 billion experience points, random draw twice, Sky Dragon's Flame, special reward 1. Quest failure. Level reduced by 10. Ding. Accept. Long Fei initially wanted to accept, but he suddenly triggered a quest, which calmed him down. This Azure Dragon Long Fei did not dare believe, because he had wanted to take his own life before, so he said softly, "It's fine to create a dragon armor for you, but at least there should be a reward, right?" "Ha ha ha. No problem, as long as you create the dragon armor for me, I will definitely treat you well. I can assure you, every word that the dragon says is a promise." The green dragon said. Long Fei said, "All right, I believe you. Inject your power into the armor you gave me." In that instant, a deep dragon roar rang out. Buzz! And also at this moment, Long Fei and Nie Xiaoqian quickly began their production. The power of the Azure Dragon surged. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, and in that moment, the armor that Long Fei had created seemed to have given him life, trembling violently as the entire body of the armor glowed with the light of the dragon's scales. Extremely awesome! Ding! System notification. Refining successful. Chapter 2857 Night Valleys Number 1 Beast, Night Devil. Chapter 2857 Night Valleys Number 1 Beast, Night Devil. The square of the underground palace. Time's up. Please send someone to fight. Yi Mei and the other 2 sisters stepped forward at the same time. Huh. Defeat in a single round? Hee, it seems like you want to bet everything on this. Suddenly, the other 2 sisters were also slightly stunned. They had not discussed this matter with them in advance. "Who cares how many rounds you have, you will definitely lose," one of the great clan elders said softly, then looked at a certain direction and said, "Night Devil, you can go." As soon as he finished speaking, boom! In the middle of 6 tribes, a man who looked like a small giant and was wearing a tattered black cloak, standing up abruptly. He was over 2 meters tall. At the same time, his joints exploded, and his aura also exploded. Swish, he roared. Boom! Boom! An aura burst out, causing the entire underground palace plaza to shake slightly. Night Devil. Night Valley's #1 warrior. The people from the 6 tribes actually found the Night Devil. Isn't he only here during the dead of winter every year? Impossible. It's not fair at all. The #1 warrior. He was incomparably powerful and fierce, but he would usually only appear during the cold winter when fighting against the humankind. He wouldn't come out for the rest of the time. Legend. He cultivated in the deepest place of the Night Valley every year, and it was also the deepest place of the Night Valley. What kind of level did his cultivation reach? No one knew. However, the old Night King had once said that with his talent and potential, he was the #1 demon warrior of the western regions, an existence that would surpass the Emperor in the future. Big Sister Yi Mei's face darkened slightly. The second brother immediately said, "This is not fair. He is not someone from the 6 tribes, and he cannot fight for you. If he does fight, then who is his opponent?" In the entire Night Valley, even the #1 expert from back then, Old Man Huang, was not a match for the Night Devil. Compete with him? Even 10 lives weren't enough. The great clan elder laughed coldly. "He is from the Night Valley clan, he can fight for the Night Valley, and since you can fight for humans, why can't he fight for the 6 tribes? In Night Valley, he hates humans the most. I promised him that as long as he wins, he would kill that useless human." "Ha ha ha! Accept your fate. Come on, let's fight. 1 round is enough to decide victory or defeat." "Ha ha ha!" Everyone from the 6 tribes all laughed. They were sure to win this round. Bang bang bang. With every step the Night Devil took, the ground would slightly shake. Walking onto the stage, the demonic chi on his body could be seen twining around his body. The red eyes under the tattered cloak were like those of a ferocious beast. He is a Night Devil. It was also a monster from the Night Valley. He walked to the arena. OL3 immediately said, "Big Brother Night Devil, do you still remember us? We are Yi Mei, can you give up the competition?" The great elder's eyes immediately darkened. "Night Devil, don't forget what you promised us." The Night Devil said coldly, "You can't, but I can let all of you come at me together." There was no contempt in his tone. It was very plain. Because he did not even put the 3 Yi Mei sisters in his eyes, nor did he need to care about them. His cultivation was enough to crush anyone in the underground palace. "All right," the second brother said heavily, "then it'll be the 3 of us." The elder of the 6 tribes sneered. They did not care about the 3 of them, because their cultivation was not even on the same level as the Night Devil. At this moment, "Wait! Brother Fei is not around, so we can't let our sister-in-law take the lead." "I'll do it." It was unknown when Tandapeo walked out, but what was different from a few days ago was that his right arm had changed into a huge mechanical arm. A stream of light flowed from his arm at all times. This stream of light was the true spirit of the launcher. To be able to do this required an extremely high level of mastery. Tandapeo had become different. At least, compared to a few days ago, he had improved a lot. Human? There's another human? There are actually people from the human race hidden here. The people of 6 tribes were all in a bad mood. The Night Devil raised its eyes slightly, and its eyes flashed with even more cold red light. "And you?" She still had a cold look on her face. It was just that. After Tandapeo came out, the aura on his body became colder, and the killing intent became thicker. Tandapeo jumped onto the stage with 3 steps and then sneered. "What awesome words! I don't need all 3 of them to come out and fight, I alone will be enough." And then Tandapeo said to Big Sister in a low voice, "Brother Fei told you to come out later, he'll be back soon. He is the #1 warrior. You are not his match." Tandapeo rubbed the bridge of his nose and said, "If I can't even protect my sister-in-law, then I don't have the qualifications to continue staying with Brother Fei. You guys go down first, I'll carry it myself." "Stop chattering. Who cares if you attack together or one by one, in short, you lose today. Night Devil. Don't talk nonsense with them. As soon as he finished speaking, the Night Devil's eyes moved slightly as she took a step forward. Tandapeo also frowned. He rushed forward, his left hand moved, grinning. Taste the mist bullet that I have just created. Bang bang. The fog bomb exploded. Fog filled the skies. In an instant, the entire arena had turned into a thick fog, and it was as dark as the night. Tandapeo laughed. Seems like the lower planes are also useful. However, before he even finished speaking, a palm came slashing through the fog, directly sealing off all of Tandapeo's escape routes. Mist billowed about. A series of crushing blows. Tandapeo's eyes became tight. F***K. His right arm looked at the ground and smashed. Rumble? The ground shook, the mechanism on his arm also exploded with a kacha sound, and the mechanical arm also turned into a palm that heavily clashed against the ground. Tandapeo said excitedly, "Look at my mechanical power!" Bam! When the two palms collided, Tandapeo practically did not have any reaction, and was directly blown away, the parts on his mechanical arm scattered all over the ground. F***CK. Both of Tandapeo's eyes burned with anger. He stopped in mid-air for a moment and then rushed forward again. This time was different from the previous one. A hole appeared in the palm of his hand, and before the two palms could touch each other, a shock wave missile struck out. But, even so, the Night Devil still slashed down. Rumble! Bam! With a loud noise, the Night Devil retreated half a step. Its eyes were twisted, and before Tandapeo could fly out, it grabbed its mechanical arm and threw it backwards. Bam! Its body heavily smashed into the ground, causing Tandapeo to almost smash out feces. It was so painful that he grimaced in pain. Damn! Isn't this too fucking amazing? It was also at this time. It was unknown when Long Fei had walked out. He said indifferently, "It's time to activate your battle uniform." Tandapeo grinned, "Understood." Chapter 2858, Muddle-Headed. Chapter 2858, Muddle-Headed. The Night Devil's power was too strong. Night Valley's #1 warrior was definitely not someone he could call out. Tandapeo was completely crushed in front of him. He didn't have the power to resist at all. But Tandapeo did not give up. In these 3 days, he had not only evolved with his spear, but also with his cultivation. The most important thing was to save Long Fei from losing him something. A battle uniform set. As Long Fei's voice fell, Tandapeo grinned and chuckled. Understood. Very excited. Because mechanical armor was his favorite thing to do. His body bounced off the stage as well. The aura from the Night Devil trembled slightly. The dense smoke on the stage all dispersed, becoming clear. The Night Devil coldly looked at Tandapeo in the corner, then looked at Long Fei in the distance. The hostility in his eyes stirred. Shwa! His figure disappeared. So fast. Long Fei was secretly shocked. He could not catch the figure of the Night Devil at all, and also immediately disappeared. I wonder if Tandapeo can hold on. Seeing the Night Devil dissipating, Tandapeo frowned. Originally, he wanted to act cool, but he didn't dare let his guard down at all. The idea started to move. Buzz! Crack! Bang bang bang! A series of sounds of mechanical metal colliding could be heard. His body was wrapped in a thick suit of armor. The scene was extremely exciting, just like a robot transformation. The arms, legs, chest, and even the head was covered by the armor. His chest was incredibly heavy. A gigantic round thing that looked like a shield. Tandapeo, who was originally just over 1.7 m tall, immediately reached 2.5 m when he put on the battle uniform. It was even taller than the Night Devil. There was a big general embroidered on the chest. Ha ha ha! Your transformation is complete. Look at your father's mighty general. Excited voices came out from the armor, and the surrounding people were all stupefied. Even the night devil that was rushing over was slightly startled and stopped. What is this? What did he just release? Is it some kind of armor soul treasure? I have never seen such a soul treasure. Holy sh*t, looks like he really has a cool appearance. He was shocked by the strange thing that appeared on Tandapeo's body. Tandapeo moved his legs a bit, laughed, and said, "This feels great, ha ha ha." He thought to himself, Brother Fei is indeed awesome, he actually made such a thing. Power, what great power! As he put on the battle uniform, it was as if the armor was connected to his body, and he could immediately feel a powerful force entering his body and instantly becoming stronger. A full 4 levels. It didn't seem like it was much, but to any martial artist, a 4th level martial artist was an extraordinary existence. It was impossible for a magic pill to instantly raise its cultivation by 4 levels, even if its lifespan was running low. His aura has changed. It has become a general level. He suddenly became stronger. What's going on? Night Devil, knock him out. No matter how strong he becomes, he's just a general level. Kill him in one move. The people of 6 tribes clamored. So what if he leveled up to level 4? It was still the general level. This low-level realm was not even worth mentioning in the eyes of the Night Devil. It was not even worth mentioning. The Night Devil's eyes also darkened, its eyes flashed with red light and said coldly, "Pretentious!" Whoosh! His body charged forward. His right palm moved, and a dense palm force blasted out. Explosions resounded in the air, a total of 9 explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Every time it exploded out, there would be an increase in power, and even with 9 explosions, the power of the palm would increase by 9-fold. When this power smashed into the general level, even if it was at the peak of the 9th level of the natal stage, it would still be able to instantly kill a practitioner. What a strong power! Ha ha! Kill him! Get rid of that damn fatty! Just by producing such a huge set of armor, you're already so awesome? Send him to the king of hell with a palm! The people of 6 tribes were boiling with excitement. 9 bursts demon palm. Tandapeo was definitely going to die. The 3 Yimei sisters could not help but become worried. The palm strength of the Night Devil is extremely dense, I'm afraid that he... Long Fei smiled faintly. Don't worry, the armor on the cannon is a defensive type of armor. It won't be that easy to take his life. How could the armor made by the making technique be so easy to break through? It doesn't exist. Long Fei also knew that Tandapeo was not a match for the Night Devil, but the Night Devil wanted to solve the problem that was impossible for Tandapeo to do so in one move. Tandapeo's body also sunk slightly, he did not move. He leaned forward slightly. The gun in his right arm revolved crazily. Seeing the Night Devil coming closer, he shouted, "Come!" Boom! With a palm strike on the general, on Tandapeo's chest, his round stomach caved in slightly, and his battle uniform made a series of creaking sounds as well. Tandapeo's body also sank a little. Damn, what King's strength. If I don't have that armor on, I really will die here. Luckily I have the armor. So... The corner of Tandapeo's mouth curled up into a smile of excitement. His eyes moved, locking onto the Night Devil as his right arm began to frantically spin. Just like a super engine. Red light flashed from within. It also landed heavily on the Night Devil's chest. Super shot punch. The corners of the Night Devil's eyes twitched. He did not retreat, and his body sunk to the level where Tandapeo had to resist it. Bam! Rumble! This is all my power, Tandapeo replied heavily. However, the Night Devil retreated half a step, and a few pieces of clothes on its chest were ripped apart, as blood leaked out of the corner of its mouth, and its eyes became especially gloomy. Buzz! Suddenly, the aura on his body trembled. A scarlet aura visible to the naked eye covered the entire arena. It erupted. It was completely different from before. The Night Devil was angry. Tandapeo's heart tightened. Damn, this is so abnormal. All of my strength was only used up by half a step. F***ck. I am not a match for you. He turned his head to look at Long Fei. Long Fei also nodded slightly. Immediately, Tandapeo laughed and said, I don't want to play anymore, I surrender. Without waiting for anyone to react, Tandapeo jumped down the stage. If he did not leave now, he would really die on stage. He did not want to die yet. He's still a virgin in Universal Realm. The Night Devil's eyes were focused, staring straight at Tandapeo, who jumped down the stage. The killing intent in its eyes was dense. It was also at this time. Long Fei looked at the three Yi-Mei sisters and said, You three can go now. Put on the battle uniform I gave you. The three sisters nodded their heads. Yes. Others may not believe it, but they would definitely believe Long Fei's words. The three of them were like agile cats. They instantly jumped onto the stage and at that moment activated the battle gear Long Fei had given them. He put on the battle uniform. Their bodies were even more attractive. The entire audience was stunned. Chapter 2859 Loss. Chapter 2859 Loss. The Yi-Mei clan had their own charisma to begin with. It was alright for males, but the words of females could be compared to that of demon foxes. The Yi-Mei clan, on the other hand, had a figure. His figure could be said to be perfect, without a single flaw. In addition, this cat girl's battle clothes perfectly outlined their figures, making it impossible for them to move even a single glance. The people from the 6 tribes were also good. It didn't matter for the warrior on the side of the underground palace, it was all the same. Even the Night Devil, who were not near women, were shocked when it saw the three sisters. Long Fei was also secretly excited. 3 days of hard work have not been wasted. Although it has not reached perfection, the desired result has already been achieved. Triplets. That water snake waste. This is too deadly. Being good-looking was just one of them. The effect of the cat girl's battle clothes was not as simple as it looked. What are they wearing? So beautiful. Wow! The Yi-Mei sisters are too beautiful, they look exactly the same. The clothes they are wearing now are exactly the same too, making it hard to look at them. Gudong. Countless men were gulping down their saliva. All of them were attracted. The three sisters were also slightly taken aback. Sis, they're all looking at us. This battle uniform set is too beautiful. I like it so much. Did the Lord Night King not sleep for 3 days precisely for our battle uniform? My heart is about to melt. The three sisters' faces were filled with joy. The gift Long Fei sent over was sent to their hearts as well. Big Sis slightly shook. Let's defeat the Night Devil first. If I win the Night Devil, I will reward Lord Night King well tonight. The little sister giggled and then turned cold. She stared at the Night Devil and said, Big brother Night Devil, the 3 of us are here. The Night Devil looked forward and said coldly, Fight! Buzz! He did not withdraw his berserking power just because of Yi-Mei and the 3 sisters, and he did not become even stronger. All the enemies of his life were humans. He could not let a human control the Night Valley. Besides, he had promised the 6 tribes. The great clan elder of the 6 tribes also said solemnly, Night Devil, throw them all out. Kill! You scum of Night Valley, kill! Kill the 3 of them! As long as he could win against Yi-Mei and her 2 sisters, he would have won. Then they can abolish it and kill Long Fei. This resulted in the Night Valley being under the control of their 6 tribes. As the winter approached, they would use all their strength to attack the East Imperial City this year. Kill! Kill! The people of 6 tribes clamored fiercely. Tandapeo stood by Long Fei's side and said, Brother Fei, can the sisters hold on? Long Fei looked at the Night Devil and did not say a word. He wasn't sure, but he believed in the strength of the three sisters. Boom! 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 The three of them surrounded the night devil in the middle, so nimble, I feel like my speed has increased by more than a fold. There's still power. These clothes are too powerful. The night devil swept his gaze across the center and said coldly, "I'm sorry." Boom! The night devil moved, a pitch-black long blade appeared. With a few words, the blade suddenly slashed out, causing Dao Feng's path to be covered with red light. Night Devil Blade. Sliced from the hardest stone in the entire land of extreme abyss. The Night Devil is going all out. Ha ha! It doesn't matter what kind of armor you're wearing. If you put your strength there, you won't be able to surpass it. The three of you will definitely lose. When the elders of the 6 tribes saw the Night Devil take out her long blade, they all laughed. A single slash swept out. The three of them moved at the same time, dodging the attack instantly. It was easy. The corner of Long Fei's mouth hooked up as he smiled lightly. Plus 60 points in agility-based battle uniform, is that easy to hack? Hee hee. You're thinking too much. As his blade swept across the air, the Night Devil's eyes slightly contracted. It was a little astonished, but it didn't stop there. Taking advantage of the opportunity, it pounced straight towards its little sister. The little sister dodged the knife. Her heart was filled with ecstasy. Hee hee. Night Valley's #1 warrior is only SOSO. Seeing the Night Devil pouncing towards her, she did not panic, but calmed down. With a thought, she said, "Big sister, second sister, I will stall him. Both of you attack." The greatest strength of triplets lay in their spiritual connection. When the idea moved, the other two knew what it meant. Boss, second bro's mind stirred. Schwa, schwa. The 2 daggers landed in his hands and attacked from left and right. The same went for the 2 daggers in her hand. Boom! The scarlet aura on the Night Devil trembled, and rushed forward without waiting for the little sister to get close. With a move of its long blade, it furiously slashed down. Little sister crossed her arms. Buzz. Clang. 2 daggers fell onto the ground. Its arms were numb, and the Night Devil's gaze upon them relaxed slightly. The little sister rolled on the ground, picked up the dagger on the ground, and attacked the Night Devil's legs. At the same time, the other 2 sisters also attacked. Night Devil, what are you doing? Deliberately letting them go? Don't you want your brother's life? Kill these 3 scum for me. The last move was obviously the move of Night Devil retracting her strength. Otherwise, her arms would have probably been chopped off. Long Fei's gaze also tensed up slightly, and his heart had just reached his throat. The Night Devil's eyes shook, the 2 of them attacked from left and right, the dense chi on his body immediately turned into pressure. The pressure was like a wild beast, roaring fiercely. Roar! Roar! They pounced towards the 3 of them. Break! The boss's voice was low as the dagger in his hand pierced through the void. At the same time, second bro and third bro were the same. The pressure on the daggers were shattered by a single character breaking technique. The 3 of them moved in 3 different directions and rushed towards the Night Devil's side. The Night Devil entered between his eyebrows. A gurgling sound burst forth from within his body. His strength exploded once more. Roar! The fierce beast roared. Boss Yi Mei also changed once again. The power of your battle uniform, go! Open! Open! The 3 of them spoke at the same time. The power under their battle robes released peak realm. Their own strength suddenly increased by 10 levels. Bang bang bang! The 3 auras quickly formed a net and formed a huge pressure. The pressure came back and crushed the power that exploded out of the Night Devil's body. The 3 of them landed at the same time. On the Night Devil's neck, a cold dagger fell onto its arteries. A dagger did not pierce into his heart. The 2 daggers did not pierce through the tendons and veins on the heels of his feet. If it all went down, even if the Night Devil doesn't die, it will be crippled. You lost. Everything happened in a flash. Everyone was dumbfounded. Especially the three Yimei sisters who instantly leveled up by 10 levels, it was impossible for them to understand. When they came back to their senses, the Night Devil's aura had slowly disappeared and returned back to that silly Luby. They lowered their heads and said faintly, "I've lost." Chapter 2860 Green Dragon Battlesuits. Chapter 2860 Green Dragon Battlesuits. He had never lost. The #1 warrior of the Night Valley had never heard the word lost from his mouth before. However, just now, he admitted defeat. The entire hall was silent. The three sisters also jumped in joy. "Yeah, we won, he. Night King, we've won." He was as happy as 3 children. Long Fei's heart was finally relieved, and he exhaled lightly. So close. Actually, if the Night Devil did not give up that move, the 3 sisters might not necessarily be a match for the Night Devil even if their cultivation were to suddenly explode by 10 levels. The battle between the 3 sisters was like an array formation. The final move. It was truly breathtaking. The strength of the 3 people suddenly increased, and combined with their own advantages, the unique telepathic connection and pressure of the triplets immediately locked onto the power of the. And because of this, he took the opportunity to capture the Night Devil. Their cooperation, their telepathic senses, as well as their perfect coordination, Long Fei was secretly excited in his heart. A natural-born killer, a perfect killer. If they walk this path in the future and cultivate well, they will become the #1 killer of Universal Realm. Yimei moved like a ghost. He moved like a shadow. The 3 of them looked exactly the same, which made everyone dazzled. And with the battle uniform. The more Long Fei thought about it, the more excited he became. "In the future, I will train your sister into an assassination department. We won. We won." The Night Valley Clan S of the Underground Palace became excited. They all broke out in a cold sweat for the 3 Yimei sisters, and laughed as they saw the big Night Devil admit defeat. 6 great elders, we admit defeat. If we win, what other reason do you have to abolish Night King? Ha ha! Night King is awesome, Night Empress is mighty. They all knew that Yimei was the one who gave the battle gear to the 3 Yimei sisters. The reason why they had become so strong was because of Long Fei. In their hearts, Long Fei had risen to a higher level. The 3 sisters were also jumping up and down as they ran down from the arena with incomparable joy. With smiles on their faces, they said, "We won. This battle uniform set is too amazing. I have never seen such a powerful soul treasure. Night King is mighty." At this moment, suddenly, the 6 tribes was in an uproar. One of the great clan elder suddenly made a move. Wang. The power of the senior realm erupted. He instantly landed on the arena and twisted his eyes. Useless trash. Zhang Xian moved his palm. The palm imprinted a thick black flame chi directly onto the Night Devil's chest. The Night Devil was caught off guard. His body caved in and he was sent flying. He landed heavily more than 10 meters away, his face pale, his internal organs rolling as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The sudden change caused everyone to be slightly startled. After sending the Night Devil flying with a single move, the elder did not lift his hand. Instead, his body moved and once again landed in front of the Night Devil. "A useless thing like you should die." His 5 fingers grabbed at the top of the Night Devil's head. As long as his 5 fingers touched the ground, a hole would be made in the top of his head. He would die without a doubt. Moreover, facing the great clan elder's attack, the Night Devil did not resist, because it still had a little brother in the hands of the 6 tribes, who was his only family. If he resisted, his little brother would definitely die. The Night Devil raised its eyes slightly and said, "Great Elder, I beg you, please let my little brother go." He closed his eyes. "Go to hell." The Grand Elder roared in anger. Yimei and the other 2 sisters shouted loudly, "Stop! Big Brother Night Devil!" They were too far away, so they couldn't stop him in time. Furthermore, this great elder was from the senior realm, so even if they rushed over, they would not be able to stop him. Night King! Save him! The elder gave a loud shout, but before she could finish, Long Fei's figure had already disappeared. Roar! An explosion sounded in the air. He didn't know when, but a pair of unicorn-colored wings had appeared on Long Fei's back, and his speed would increase fivefold in a short amount of time. A terrifying existence. He instantly appeared in front of the Night Devil. You like killing people? Killing people here, have you asked your father? I am the king here. Even if the Yi Mei sisters didn't say anything, Long Fei would have helped them. Because the Night Devil had shown mercy in that one move, Long Fei was grateful in his heart. Therefore, the moment the great clan elder had descended, he had already made his move. The great clan elder's gaze turned cold and the corners of his mouth curled up. He smiled coldly and said, Trash human, you dare call yourself king in front of me? Who do you think you are? Since you dare to charge out, that's even better. I will cripple you on the spot. His voice sank. With a flip of his right hand, a long sword moved. A few illusions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire sky was filled with the sounds of swords clashing, as one sword image after another surrounded Long Fei. The Night Devil said solemnly, You can go, I don't need you to care. Her voice was cold. However, Long Fei did not care. Looking at the sky full of sword images, and the pressure from the surrounding senior realm, Long Fei's breathing became hurried. Kill him! Ha ha ha! You dare to become a king of Night Valley trash? Why don't you take a piss and see what you're up to? Do you think that the trash of the general level is worthy? Go to hell! Aren't you king of Night Valley? Let our 6 tribes experience your power. Exactly. Let us see your strength. The people of 6 tribes clamored. He was full of disdain towards Long Fei. It was not only because he was human, but also because he was trash of the general level. Brother Fei, Tandapeo activated his battle uniform once again and rushed towards the stage. The 3 sisters also quickly charged towards Long Fei. Long Fei's eyes darkened and she said faintly, Don't come over. The great clan elder smirked and said, Coming here would just be sending yourself to your death. Do you think you can obtain it? King of Night Valley? Ha ha! Since you are King of Night Valley, then let me experience your power. Trash! Boom! The moment he said that, the great elder's gaze turned sharp. The sword intent around his body was like a raging tide as he shouted, 1,000-feather shadowless sword. Die! A mirage moved. The sword images that surrounded Long Fei suddenly shot towards Long Fei like 1,000 feathers. Brother Fei! Lord Night King! Night King! In an instant, his life hung by a thread. Even the Night Devil behind Long Fei sneered, He's dead for sure. No one could survive under the effect of the 1,000-feather shadowless sword. Long Fei was dead for sure. Everyone from the 6 tribes all laughed. Night King? Ha ha! It's going to become a dead king soon. How ridiculous! How laughable! Long Fei's eyes moved. You like laughing? Then I'll let you all have your fill of fun. As soon as his voice faded, just as the 1,000-feather shadowless sword fell, Long Fei suddenly erupted. Green dragon battlesuits, open for me. Roar! Chapter 2861. Who's not satisfied with this? Chapter 2861. Who's not satisfied with this? Roar! A roar. Dragon roar. The roar was a dragon's roar. Everyone in the underground palace was shocked. At this moment, they were completely suppressed. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. A faint cyan light wave emerged from Long Fei's body, flickering into a layer of dragon scale-like patterns, which linked together to form a set of armor. Green dragon battlesuits. The power of the green dragon poured into it, forming an extremely powerful force. Not only that, Furthermore, there was a pair of azure dragon wings that Long Fei had purposely added. Just like those perverted clothes with wings on their private clothes, following Long Fei's explosive shout, the entire green dragon battlesuits was completely revealed. His appearance was exceptionally domineering. His armor was like a dragon's. The wings were like the wings of a demon. As he spread out his wings, Long Fei's body seemed to double in size. Extremely fierce. His might and domineering aura were in complete disarray. Holy sh*t. This is awesome. This set of armor. Wow, I've never seen anyone more handsome than this. What kind of spiritual treasure is this? Do you even have wings? Too handsome, I can't even control my heart. I'm going to fall in love with him. Whether it was the people from the underground palace or the people from the 6 tribes, they were all stunned by Long Fei. The shock caused by the green dragon battlesuits was too strong. A look of envy appeared on all of their faces. The great elder rolled his eyes. Flowery fists are useless. What this world's generals only have is strength, strength. Trash. Do you understand? Die. The great elder's heart sank. Seeing Long Fei's explosive state, he felt even more unhappy. With a move of the idea, the 1,000-feather shadowless sword intent became even stronger. It slashed towards Long Fei. Long Fei clenched both his fists, felt the green dragon battlesuits' power, and smirked as he said softly, "You're right, this world is about to end with strength, and strength as the king. So, let me show you my power." Buzz! He clenched his fists tightly. Roar! Another dragon roar burst out from inside the battle robes. Long Fei's mind moved, power of true spirit frantically surging outwards, fusing into the battle clothes. At this moment, a green dragon ghosting rushed out. Roar! It was incomparably savage. It was visible to the naked eye. Everyone in the underground palace was dumbfounded. Before they could react, the green dragon swung its tail and fiercely swept it. The 1,000-feather shadowless sword intent released by the great elder instantly shattered into pieces, like thin pieces of glass. None of them managed to harm Long Fei. At the same time, the azure dragon flipped its body through the air. Roar! The sinister dragon stared at the great clan elder with furious eyes and opened its bloody mouth. Roar! The great elder's face instantly paled. His body trembled uncontrollably as all the power in his body was crushed. His body staggered backwards. No, no! Don't! Don't come over, don't! F. Plop! He fell to the ground, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. His crotch was soaked through, and he was scared to the point of peeing. Don't kill me, don't. The azure dragon was crushing him. The dragon claw fiercely pressed down. The azure dragon furiously stared at the great elder. In other words, the great elder's cultivation was very high, otherwise, ordinary people would have been scared to death. That kind of pressure at close range, no one could withstand. Dragons were the most powerful creatures on the surface. The dragon's might was abnormally powerful, and its mental pressure could be said to be incomparable. The entire audience was stunned. Silence. They did not even dare to breathe loudly as they stared at the green dragon ghosting. Everyone's eyes were trembling, even though they were hundreds of meters away from the green dragon ghosting, their minds could not take it anymore. The impact was too great. Long Fei slowly walked over to the great clan elder's side and coldly asked, "Who is the trash?" The great elder immediately said, I am trash. Nothing was more important than his life. Long Fei grinned and said, "This world only consists of strength. In reality, who is stronger? You. No, it's you. It's you who's powerful." The great elder hastily said. Long Fei asked again, "Then who am I?" The great elder gulped and said, "You are the Night King of our Night Valley." Long Fei laughed coldly, his gaze sweeping across 6 tribes like a king, and said, "Is there anyone left who is unconvinced? If you don't like it, then stand up now. I will beat him until he's submitted." As soon as his voice faded, there was no sound at all in the underground palace. Even more so, no one dared to step forward, because their minds were completely overwhelmed by the green dragon ghosting. Not to mention standing up, even moving a bit was extremely difficult. Who else? Long Fei roared once again. At this moment, the green dragon ghosting roared, "Roar!" The underground palace shook violently. Everyone from 6 tribes instantly kneeled on the ground as they shivered and said in unison, "Night King, Night King, Night King." He did not dare to make any sound. The whole of Night Valley clan was shouting, "Night King." At this moment, they had been completely subdued by Long Fei. If it was only because Long Fei had saved Yi Mei and the other 2 sisters at the start, then they would be completely subdued by the power that had exploded out from Long Fei's body. He didn't dare to be disrespectful in the slightest. Long Fei smiled slightly, moved the idea, and released the dragon claw. Long Fei looked at the great clan elder and said, "I am Night King, and I will bring Night Valley to its peak. I also hope for the full support of your 6 tribes. Is there a problem?" Releasing his dragon claw, the great elder immediately bowed, as if he had received an amnesty. He said, "We will definitely assist Night King with everything we have." The person from the 6 tribes also said at the same time, "We will definitely try our best to assist Night King and become the king of the Western regions." The king of Western regions. The king of Western regions. The Western regions was vast and boundless. If one was the king of a Western regions, then one would definitely be considered as a small hegemon of a universal realm. Long Fei walked in front of the Night Devil and extended his hand out. The Night Devil glanced at Long Fei but did not hold on to Long Fei's hand. Instead, it crawled up from the ground and coldly said, "Even though you are the Night King, I still hate humans. You saved me, I owe you my life, but I will never fight with a human." Finished. Night Devil endured the pain and walked down the stage. "Night Devil, what are you trying to do? So disrespectful to Night King, you." A few elders began to reprimand him. However, Long Fei did not say anything. Everyone has their own principles. Long Fei did not force it. But he knew he would definitely change the Night Devil. How could he let such a ferocious person go? After the stage competition ended, Long Fei quickly returned to his room. The moment he closed the door, Walala, the green dragon battle suits on his body all shattered. Chapter 2862. Laozi is truly ingenious. Chapter 2862. Laozi is truly ingenious, Walala. Pieces of it shattered, falling down like dragon scales. Long Fei also collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. As expected, "I can't hold on." The Azure Dragon's voice also came out, "Kid, your current cultivation level is too low, and you cannot hold on for too long. If it wasn't for your true spirit being thicker than ordinary warriors, you wouldn't have been able to wear this set of battle clothes." The green dragon battle suits was very sharp. Speed attribute. Strength attribute. The defensive attributes were all extremely formidable. Rank attributes could increase in existence to more than level 10. However, the most powerful thing about it was not these attributes, but the ability to summon green dragon ghosting. Under the pressure of the dragon's might, not many people under the royal realm could withstand it. But the thing that supported all of this required a strong physical body and an incomparably thick breath of true spirit. No one could see that he was doing it. If he did not hold on at that time, the Night Valley would probably be in chaos. Hoo. Level. Long Fei panted heavily. It's really AF * King wound. Advancing to level was simply too difficult. Right now, He needed 160 million experience points to break through level 6 of the 5th level of the natal stage. This experience point was simply too terrifying. Moreover, there was no place to level up. If only those secret world scrolls were still there. Long Fei grinned and said. The leveling speed was too slow. It was at least 10 times slower than the Zhen Wu continent. There was no other way. This was the universal realm, outside of the ancient world. It was the strongest plane. It was also the highest plane of a game, so naturally its leveling speed wouldn't be that fast. Moreover, there was no hurry to level up. Long Fei was still alright. An ordinary fighter's words were incomparably slow. Hoo. Long Fei gasped for breath heavily once again as he checked the system. Oh yes, I still have the garbage collection system. As long as there are treasures, I can exchange them for experience points. Immediately, Long Fei checked the things inside the space ring. Big Butcher. Damn, only 10,000 experience points? Heaven's End Steel Pikachu. Wow, this is awesome. I can exchange for 66,660,000 experience points. Xing Ling Pills. 18,000 experience points. Then, I can refine a little more in the future. If I refine a few tens or even 100 pills in one night, I will have over 1,000,000 experience points. Magical Kylan Blood. To be able to exchange for 8 million experience, this holy vein isn't much, right? It should be a low-level blood vein. When he saw the blood vein, Long Fei's heart immediately tightened. I almost forgot about Lan Mei. Now that we have the holy vein, the shackles on her body should be able to be released, right? We need to return to the city as soon as possible. Long Fei started to worry. After leaving the city for so long, he still didn't know what was happening to the East Imperial City. When Lien Wuchao returned to the city, he was heavily injured and Lien Kaijiang died. The strength of the Lien family was indeed not as strong as before, but it was more than enough to deal with the 3-class families. Furthermore, Fu Xishan had not provided her with Zeng Ling pills for so long. He didn't know if her merchant union would be able to hold on. Thinking of all these, Long Fei wanted to return to the city even more. Also, there was one more important thing. His flying sword. The Night Valley was very far away from the East Imperial City, so Long Fei's reaction towards the flying sword was also very thin. It was a deadly weapon, and Long Fei could not give up no matter what. I need to get back as soon as possible. Long Fei looked at the large pile of God's stainless steel fragments on the ground and felt nervous. Before I go back, I need to prepare 2 more sets of Green Dragon battle suits. The more you rely on, the better. Annie Road, Nye Xiaoqian, and the Pikachu were all too unstable. They were strong, but they had a cooldown. Once it was used, one would be unable to summon it for a short period of time. One had to increase their own strength in order to do so. And then again, on this trip out of the city, he had offended almost all of the families in East Imperial City. Furthermore, he had become a king of Night Valley, and was also related to the Queen of Blood Moon, so he was now the representative of the demons. If you can become stronger, then you can become a bit stronger. When Long Fei wanted to return to the secret room to make a few sets of battle gear, he opened the door and the 3 sisters stood guard at the entrance. Lord Night King. The 3 sisters were still wearing the cat girl's battle clothes that Long Fei had given them. It was very tempting. It was incomparably tempting. Long Fei was slightly taken aback, then said, "What are you 2 guarding here for?" The 3 girls stammered, not saying anything. However, their faces were red with embarrassment. Long Fei said indifferently, "You want it again?" The faces of the 3 women turned even redder, and they did not make a sound. Finally, the little sister gathered up her courage and said, "Elder sister said that the battle uniform you gave us made us look even more beautiful and attractive. She said that it would satisfy you better this way." The eldest young mistress glared at her angrily. The little sister giggled and said, "That's what you said." Long Fei evilly smiled and said, "Big is small. Consideration will always be a bit more mature than small. Then come on in. When a woman makes a request, a man can't say no. Men couldn't do it. Wang, you're too tired. Tonight, the three of us will be up there." Sexual bliss was so sudden. Just like that. He spent the entire night in intense and stimulating sport. Late at night, the three girls lay down, sleeping soundly and tiredly. Originally, Long Fei was close to collapse and his body was extremely tired, however. After the stimulation, he had become exceptionally strong. His mental state had returned to its peak, and he was not exhausted at all. Very strange. Every time. Can it be that he really has extraordinary talent? Or is it that my physique is different? Men are usually a bit tired after exercising, but I'm not tired at all, and I'm even more excited. It's not a problem even if I had a few hundred more rounds. Am I really that fierce? Long Fei became evil. Thinking about the blood-colored dragon scale that appeared on his own body, Long Fei couldn't help but ask himself, could it be that I'm really from the dragon race? Not really. The most powerful creatures on the surface, only the dragon race could do such a thing. Forget it. I'm too lazy to think about it. Refine the armor first. The green dragon battlesuits was not that easy to refine, and even with Long Fei's 3 days of experience with the making technique, he was unable to refine it with 100% success rate. Success rate in making super armors was less than 5%. The success rate was extremely low. However, what Long Fei had relied on along the way was not talent, nor was it luck, but perseverance. 3 days later, Long Fei refined 2 sets of green dragon battlesuits S, which were imbued with the power of the Azure Dragon. In addition, he refined 2 sets of phoenix cloth battle armor and acute elf battle armor. Chapter 2863 Dragon Gathering. Chapter 2863 Dragon Gathering. Night King, are you really going? Can I not leave? We can't leave you. Night King, you stay. The East Imperial City is in even greater danger this year than in previous years. Furthermore, not only will our 4 forbidden grounds attack humans this year, there will also be even stronger prehistoric monsters appearing in the depths of western regions. This year's East Imperial City will definitely not be able to defend. The 3 women tried to urge him to stay. They couldn't leave Long Fei now. Not only was it managed by the Night Valley, their cultivation was also inseparable. For the past 3 days, they had been following Long Fei's special requirements to cultivate, and under Long Fei's guidance, they found their own path. Path of darkness. The trio's teamwork, tacit understanding, and the state of mind that they had in common had become even more perfect after a few days of cultivation. Long Fei was shocked by them every day. He believed that Yi Mei and her 2 sisters would definitely reach the peak of the world of assassins. They were all super geniuses. Night Valley was also better at making Long Fei's few requests, such as the establishment of the outpost. Tunnel derivation. Then there was the training method. Even though it had only been a few days, the Night Valley's strength had already changed greatly. They believed that they would definitely become the 4 great forbidden areas' most powerful powerhouse in the future. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I will be back. I left because I had something to do. You are my Night Empress. How could I abandon you? I'll come back before the winter." He was also reluctant to part with it. There was wine and wine here, women and women. He was the king of this place. He could do whatever he wanted here. However, there were things he had to do. After the incident with the violet gold armor S, what did the current East Imperial City become? He did not know. How was Lan Mei? She was the descendant of Holy General of the Black and White. Moreover, she had a task to complete. Her lifespan was less than half a year. Oh, then you must come back. Also, remember to miss us. Long Fei looked at them and smiled slightly, nodded, and said, I think about you all the time. Elders, you must properly assist Night Empress during my absence. All the elders answered in unison, As you wish. Right. Long Fei took out a porcelain bottle from his chest pocket and said, I heard about little brother Night Devil's illness. There are a few pills here that should be able to help him. These few days, Long Fei specifically asked around for Night Devil. The last time he was used by the 6 tribes was also because of his little brother's control. Big Sis took it and nodded. I got it. All right. I'm leaving. Long Fei turned and walked out of the underground palace. Inside the bag were all the materials he needed. In his heart, he was hoping that Dongwon College would raise his level of mastery a bit before recruiting students in a month. Brother Fei, Night Valley is still the best. The ghost hole is good as well. Do you think it would be better if we didn't go back? After all, the people from the East Imperial City already know that you are together with the demons and devils. Tandapeo asked worriedly. Long Fei said, We are alive to see it for ourselves, not to see it for others. Don't provoke me, otherwise, even if it's a human or a ghost, I will still die. And East Imperial City has our friends too. This year's midwinter is different from previous years. According to what the Night Valley's elders said, there might be a strong monster appearing in the depths of western regions. Tandapeo nodded his head. That's true. It's been more than 10 days since he left. I wonder how the East Imperial City is doing now? Brother Fei, why don't we all enter the Dongwon College? As long as we enter the Dongwon College, those clans and powers will not dare to touch us. Tandapeo still wanted to enter the Dongwon College, because he knew that the Dongwon College had the best spear and artillery instructors in the East Imperial City. This world was completely different from his previous low-level planes. There were too many things he needed to learn. Long Fei slightly said, We'll talk about it when the time comes. Let's return to the city first. Advancing to a noble. What? How could this be? Isn't Master of the Lien family dead? He is the most powerful powerhouse of the Lien family, and also the only one with senior realm. It's already good that the family level hasn't dropped, but why can't it still level up? You don't know about this? Lien Kaijiang is indeed dead, but Lien Wuchao has consecutively broken through into the Saint Realm in the short span of 7 days. He did not do that because he still has a super spirit treasure in his hands, and it is said that even the Emperor Powerhouse might not be able to defend against it. That's one of them. In addition, the 5 great masters of Dongwon College recommend Lien family to go from a first-rate family to a noble family. That powerful? Seems like the Lien family reaped a huge harvest from the violet gold armor's fragment incident. The winner this time. The entire East Imperial City was discussing. Nobility clan was different from ordinary families. It had absolute authority in the East Imperial City. Moreover, wealth and martial arts would become very strong. After Lien Wuchao returned to the city, he closed his doors and went out. In just a few short days of consecutive breakthroughs, the 3 instructors' recommendations made him the hottest person in the East Imperial City. Compared to the Lien family, the Lan clan was not that lucky. In this incident, a majority of the family's forces were not affected, and the 3rd-level Lan clan S, who did not enter this incident, inexplicably dropped from the 3-class families' list. Although he had the support of the business alliance of Fu family, he was still unable to hold on. The whole story was not known. Business alliance of Fu family was the same, unknowingly being suppressed by a powerful force. As for Hu, what kind of power was it? Until now, Fu Shishan still could not find anything, which was even more strange. However, Fu Shishan was not worried about business alliance of Fu family but Long Fei. She knew about what happened in the Night Valley as well. It would be best if Long Fei didn't return to the city at this time, because, right now, the East Imperial City was brewing up for the dragon-slaying assembly. As long as Long Fei dares to come back, all the families would kill him as soon as they could, because he is the scum of East Imperial City, the traitor. Elder Swordsman. Long Fei returned to the East Imperial City through the secret passage. The Elder Swordsman shot a glance at Long Fei, and immediately began smoking. Long Fei was still wary of the Elder Swordsman. Elder Swordsman was the same. Tan de Peo grinned. Strange old man. Long Fei said, "Don't be rude." When he finished speaking and about to leave the courtyard, Elder Swordsman stopped smoking and suddenly said, "Something has happened to Lan Clan. However, it's best if you don't go. Even if you do, you'll just be sending yourself to your death." Finished. Elder Swordsman entered the house with his back hunched. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. Tan de Peo immediately asked, "What do we do?" Long Fei did not say a word, and anxiously rushed towards Lan Clan. The instant Long Fei appeared on the street, one of the old men smiled. "Brat, you're finally back. Dragon gathering can begin." Chapter 2864 Fighting with One's Life. Chapter 2864 Fighting with One's Life. When something happened to the Lan Clan but the Elder Swordsman did not move from his position in the courtyard, it meant that Lan Mei was possibly no longer the clan leader of the Lan Clan. Otherwise, Elder Swordsman's promise to Lan Clan was to protect the patriarch of Lan Clan. This made Long Fei even more worried. Long Fei looked at Tan de Peo. "Cannons." The canon immediately nodded. "Understood." He immediately ran to the other side. Long Fei knew what he wanted to do without saying anything. In this period of time, Tan de Peo had been bitterly cultivating. According to his understanding of the launcher from his previous life, Long Fei had taught him a little. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! It was as if he was flying. Lan Clan. The Yen Lauer sword slid across the ground, and landed on the shoulder of a disciple. He sneered, and stared at Lan Mei. "Speak, what is the Xing Ling Pills formula?" In the courtyard of Lan Clan. The Lan Clan's disciples and elders were all pressed to the ground by the dozens of experts. None of them could move. Lan Clan can't even be considered a three-class families now. There were no longer any outsiders in Lan Clan other than the disciples of the Lan Clan's main clan, the Blood Vein. All the servants, maids had fled Lan Clan. Without his family's status, the Lan Clan would be in a very difficult situation. The current Yans could be said to be able to easily crush him. The corner of Lan Mei's mouth was red and swollen, with blood flowing out. It was very obvious that he had just been beaten up by someone not long ago, and he said coldly, "I don't know." "What a tough mouth." Yen Lauer smiled faintly. The sword in his hand moved slightly. Schwa! A head flew into the air. Blood gushed out so violently that the Lan Clan disciple could not even let out a scream. The eyes of the people of Lan Clan tensed up. Lan Mei's eyes also started to tremble slightly. The Yen Lauer sneered. "Are you angry? Ha ha! As long as you tell me the recipe of the Xing Ling pills, I can guarantee that all of you will survive, otherwise none of you will leave this place today." Lan Mei's eyes flickered slightly. The Yen Lauer continued to laugh. "Don't even think about having people come to save you. Even the business alliance of Fu families Fu Shishan can't take care of herself. Hand over the Xing Ling pills' formula obediently." The Xing Ling pills caused quite a sensation in the East Imperial City. Moreover, during this period of time, the Xing Ling pills had been closed and the price had risen steadily. If that family could control the Xing Ling pills, then they could definitely control the medicine market. Other than that, there was also someone behind the Yen Lauer. Otherwise, even if he got the Xing Ling pills formula, he wouldn't dare to refine it. Lan Mei replied solemnly, "I said, I don't know." Such tenacity! "Then let's see how long you can last." Yen Lauer sneered, then suddenly moved his body, landing in front of a 5 to 6-year-old child. The little girl started crying loudly, and the couple also knelt down and kowtowed. "Let my child go, I beg you. Please let my child go, I beg you." Yen Lauer did not even bother about him, as he stared coldly at Lan Mei and asked, "Do you want to say it or not?" Buzz! The long sword moved, directly blocking the neck of the little girl. "No! No! Mother, father, whoop! Mother!" The little girl was so scared that her face turned pale and her voice trembled. The little girl's parents struggled with all they had, but were pressed down to the ground by the two experts. "Lan Mei, I beg of you, please tell him, I beg of you, please save my child. In the past, we were in the wrong. We shouldn't have blamed you, nor should we have allowed you to abdicate. I beg you, please save my child." The Zheng Ling pills' formula? Other than Lan Mei, no one in the entire Lan clan knew about it. Of course, even Lan Mei herself didn't know. She only knew that the Zheng Ling pills was made by Long Fei. The heads of the dozens of Lan clan disciples in the courtyard were decapitated. Their heads were chopped off, and their Lan clan s were pressed down on the ground, unable to move. She wanted to save him. However, what could she do to save him? Nothing could be saved. Yen Lauer looked at Lan Mei, but did not speak, and let out a heavy shout once more. "Speak! What exactly is the formula?" The sword moved, and the skin on the little girl's neck was cut open. Blood trickled down the sword, and the little girl fainted from fright. Her parents were crying so hard that their throats turned hoarse. They struggled frantically with all four limbs, but they were stomped on the ground by two experts. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free. The experts around sneered viciously. Yen Lauer stared at Lan Mei fiercely and laughed sinisterly. "No one can save you, business alliance of Fu family cannot save you, and that kid surnamed Long will probably never be able to enter East Imperial City in his life, so there is no one that can save you. You want to rely on Zheng Ling pills to rise up again? Lan Mei, you think too much. Your Lan clan is definitely going to be stepped on by my Yans. Under my feet forever. Lan Mei, the only thing you can do now is to hand over the formula. I will give your Lan clan a quick death. Hand it over." "Ha ha ha!" The Yen Lauer laughed sinisterly. "Lan Mei, if you know of this, leave it to him. We were wrong. We shouldn't have done that to you. If you know the formula, then hand it over. Lan Mei, you can give it up for Lan clan." "Yeah. Don't you understand? If we hand it over, we will still die. If we don't hand it over, we will die. You want to die, don't drag us along. Lan Mei, you can do it. Give them the formula." The people of Lan clan also began begging. None of them had the aura that they did a few days ago to remove Lan Mei from their position as patriarch. Lan Mei looked at the people of Lan clan, then looked at Yen Lauer and said solemnly, "All right, I'll tell you." Yen Lauer's eyes flashed with a trace of light and he became excited. Lan Mei said, "Let go of the child first, come here." Yen Lauer threw the child to the ground a few meters away and smashed it hard. The little girl who had originally fainted from shock immediately woke up from the pain, and started twitching and crying on the ground. Yen Lauer didn't even look at him and said excitedly with a sneer, "Let's do it here." Lan Mei said, "Could it be that you want everyone to know the formula?" Yen Lauer's gaze darkened, his heart tensing up. A formula was not a small matter. If everyone knew the formula, then the formula would not be worth much. "All right. You'd better not play any tricks on me, or else you'll die miserably." Yen Lauer strode forward. "I believe you won't be able to pull off anything from a trash that can't cultivate." The Yen Lauer walked closer as he whispered into his ear, "Speak, what is the recipe?" Lan Mei took another step forward, his mouth moved slightly. "The recipe is, let's die together." Suddenly, Lan Mei's eyes became extremely blue, and her entire body began to emit blue-colored flames. Chapter 2865 One Strike Break. Chapter 2865 One Strike Break. Suddenly. It was incomparably fast. Yen Lauer was shocked. Looking at the blue-colored flames released from Lan Mei's body, his heart sank as he said in a heavy tone, "You're courting death." Roar! The constellation roared. Yen Lauer gently leaped, wanting to jump away. However, the blue-colored flame looked like a long hair. Before Yen Lauer could jump up, it pulled him down from the air. More and more blue flames appeared. Lan Mei's hair exploded like a demon's. It looked extremely terrifying. The surrounding people were also dumbfounded. It was the same for the people from the Lan clan. They had never seen such a scene before. This. Could it be Lan Mei's dredge the channels? That's not right. The aura of the power in this blue-colored gas is completely wrong. She wants to use the power of the vein of blue water to self-destruct. Then, the people of Lan clan were slightly startled. In their eyes, Lan Mei had always been a weak and useless girl. A weak girl with neither ambition nor courage, yet she had now self-destructed. This kind of courage wasn't something that anyone could possess. Yen Lauer's expression darkened as he looked at the more blue-colored flames around him. "You think you can pull me down with you, trash? Humph! You think you're worthy?" His voice sank. Yen Lauer did not flee. Both of his hands formed a palm as the power of his celestial phenomenon ascended. Roar, roar. The two giant elephants roared, their dense energy striking continuously at Lan Mei's abdomen. "Trash, like you still want to turn the sky upside down? With your meridians blocked, today I will shatter your pubes." Bam! 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 A palm and a seal heavily struck onto Lan Mei's abdomen. Lan Mei immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale white, and the deep blue color in her eyes had also dissipated by quite a bit, but she did not stop. He still kept using more strength. She was very clear about the current situation in East Imperial City. All of the great clans had to work together to deal with Long Fei. Long Fei could not come back. She also didn't want to implicate Fu Shishan any longer. The business alliance of Fu family had helped her too much, and because of her relationship with the Lan clan, he had suffered all kinds of suppression. Right now, the business alliance of Fu family was in a precarious situation. His father was dead. Lan Bao, Uncle Lan, who is dead. In such a long time, she had carried him on her shoulders, but she is also tired now. She is a burden now. No matter how hard she tries, it won't do. Even with Black Prison Godgrass, he was still unable to break through the meridians. She was destined never to be able to cultivate in her entire life. Since that was the case, he might as well leave this world and end this once and for all. However, her meridians were clogged up, and even self-destructing would be an incredibly difficult task. Her abdomen continued to receive heavy blows, and her strength was frantically dissipating. Lan Mei roared in his heart, "Heavens, don't tell me I can't even kill myself?" Boom! The two palms of the Yen Lauer converged together and heavily smashed outwards. Lan Mei's body sank and her entire person flew out immediately. The blue-colored flames around her body contracted crazily and in the end, completely disappeared. "I'm really a piece of trash." "Nothing." Lan Mei's heart was weeping blood. Huff! Yen Lauer exhaled, his mind relaxed. If not for Lan Mei's veins, he would really die here today. Anger raged in his heart. The corners of Yen Lauer's eyes twitched, his killing intent skyrocketing as he walked towards Lan Mei step by step. "You want to self-destruct? You want to perish together with me? Humph! Don't you know yourself that you're a piece of trash? Trash with clogged tendons. You're the only one who detonated herself? I'll let you have your way." Yen Lauer was furious. He stood in front of Lan Mei, looked at the pale-faced Lan Mei on the ground, moved his right leg, and kicked heavily towards Lan Mei's head. With this step, Lan Mei's head would definitely be stepped on until it exploded. Lan Mei closed his eyes and muttered in his heart, "Long Fei, I'm sorry." Long Fei had given too much to her. However, she had done nothing. The person he owed the most in his heart. Die! Yen Lauer shouted. At this moment, boom! Bam! A violent whizzing sound was heard, followed by a loud sound. A figure flew out dozens of meters. In the distance, Yen Lauer's body sunk into the wall, all the bones in his body fractured, his eyeballs were on the verge of popping out, and his entire face was incomparably flushed red. Blue veins popped out. He wanted to say something, but yet, he did not say a single word out loud. He was stuck inside. It was too fast. It was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. Everyone in the courtyard, including the Yen Lauer himself, did not know what had happened in that instant. Until there was a person standing beside Lan Mei, and it was a young man dressed in green scale armor. Long Fei. Long Fei looked at Lan Mei, who was on the ground. Looking at her injured body, his heart, at that moment, his killing intent soared to the heavens, but he forcefully held it in, revealing a faint smile. He gently said, "Sorry, I came late." Lan Mei's eyes slightly opened, looking at Long Fei, who was squatting beside her. At that moment, her heart seemed to collapse, and she threw herself into Long Fei's embrace and cried. She was crying like a 3-year-old. Woo woo. Woo 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 woo. It made his heart ache. Long Fei gently hugged her, patted his back and said softly, "I'm here, no one can bully you. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Lan Mei hugged Long Fei tightly and cried all the way. He didn't know why. He couldn't control it at all. It's Long Fei. Long Fei is back. The Long Fei who colluded with the Night Valley, the traitor to the East Imperial City. It's not only Night Valley. I personally saw the female Ghost King of the Ghastly Cave have a good relationship with him as well. Scum, a traitor to the human race, how dare you return to the East Imperial City? Everyone stared at Long Fei and started cursing him. Right now, Long Fei had already become the sinner of East Imperial City. Long Fei didn't care at all. He slowly stood up and swept his gaze across the people in the courtyard and looked at the over a dozen corpses of Lan clan. As soon as he finished speaking, the power on Long Fei's battle robe moved slightly, and the true spirit in his body also started to surge crazily. Roar! A roar. The green dragon ghosting rushed out from the void. No time for anyone to react. Dragon might suppression. Each and every one of those Yan's disciples. Blood came out of his 7 orifices as his mind and consciousness completely shattered and died. One move, instant kill. The system beep S in Long Fei's mind continuously rang out. Ding! 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 It was also at this moment that the dragon cry exploded in the sky above the East Imperial City, causing all the expert powerhouse to tremble. Dragon cry. People of the Dragon Clan? Could it be that the East Imperial City still has people from the dragon race? Long Fei is back. Chapter 2866, The Number 1 Public Enemy. Chapter 2866, The Number 1 Public Enemy, The Cry of the Green Dragon and the Shaking of the East Imperial City. Virtually all of the powerhouse's minds moved as they felt an inexplicable impact. Who is it? Who was the dragon's roar? City Lord's mansion. Just as he was discussing how to deal with the wintry cold in the meeting hall, a draconic roar startled him. He turned around and flew out of the hall, looking at the sky in the distance. The dragon roar reverberated in the sky for a long time. The Su family elders, the elders of the various big guilds, and the president all followed Su Wantu and rushed out. It seems to be in the south of the city? There aren't any first-rate families there. Could it be that another genius has awakened? No one from the Dragon Clan of the East Imperial City has appeared yet. That dragon roar just now was amazing. They began to discuss in hushed voices. Not even half a minute later, a Su family guard hurriedly ran over and said, "Master, it's the dragon's roar coming from above Lan clan." Everyone was startled. The dragon's roar had only been heard for half a minute before news of the Su family arrived. The Lan clan was at least 100 kilometers away from the city lord's mansion. Needless to say, the Su clan's heritage was far beyond imagination. Su Wantu frowned. Lan clan? That guard said, it's the three-class families. The Lan clan who was demoted this year is the closest to Long Fei. It's that Lan clan whose patriarch's meridians are clogged up? Reporting to Master, Lan Mei is no longer the patriarch of Lan clan. That trash Lan clan? What kind of genius can the Lan clan produce? If we can't even preserve the status of three-class families, what kind of genius can we produce? Everyone began to mock him in a low voice. They were even extremely disdainful of Lan clan. Three-class families their family's rank was the lowest, but if one can't even preserve this level, how can he have a genius awaken? Furthermore, the people of the East Imperial City all knew that although the Lan clan's blood vein legacy was very ancient and could be said to be one of the oldest families in the East Imperial City, the Lan clan's blood vein and the Dragon tribe's blood vein were not related in the slightest. Su Wantu said slightly, "It's not a genius awakening, it's a power, a very mature power." Then, Su Wantu looked at the guard and immediately asked, "What happened to Lan clan?" "This." The guard slightly lowered his head and immediately said, "Disciple has not found anything." "Report." Another guard hurriedly walked up and said, "City Lord, we just received news that Long Fei is back. Moreover, Long Fei went to the Lan clan." The second brother of the Yans led a group of elite disciples and were instantly killed by the Lan clan. It seems like it was because of that dragon roar. As soon as he finished speaking, even Su Wantu was startled. After 3 seconds, everyone's eyes narrowed. Long Fei. The Long Fei from Night Valley? The Long Fei who colluded with the Night Valley and the Ghost Cave? He dares to come back? Dragon gathering, be prepared. Wait for his return. Humph. You dog, since you're back, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Everyone was extremely angry. The entire East Imperial City knew that Long Fei and the Night Valley had a close relationship, and every person in the East Imperial City abnormally hated Long Fei. Every winter, the demons and monsters outside the city killed many people from East Imperial City. It could be said that the forces outside the city were incompatible like fire and water. It was a life and death battle. It was also because of this that the people of East Imperial City hated Long Fei. The corners of Su Wantu's eyes slightly tightened. He's actually back? He was very surprised. He thought that Long Fei would not come back, but she did. Immediately, his mind tightened. Could it be because of that flying sword? It was also at this time. An elder of the family stood out and said, "City Lord, since Long Fei is back, I will take my leave first. Dragon gathering will definitely carry it out." "That's right. I will also go gather the clan's disciples. This way, a traitor of the human race cannot leave. City Lord, for him to be able to infiltrate the East Imperial City, he must have brought the people from the Night Valley with him. Even if he doesn't have any, we can't let him leave here alive. Dragon gathering gather." One by one, the elders quickly left. Back then in the Night Valley, Long Fei had humiliated them greatly. Now, the chance to take revenge had come. Moreover, although the flying sword was taken away by Su Wantu, they all knew that Su Wantu had not cultivated it, and there was no way that such a large purple-gold flowing flame could only have one flying sword. Whoosh! At the center of the city, a rocket exploded in midair. Next, a huge word "slaughter" appeared in the sky. This was the signal for the dragon gathering to gather. All of the large and small families in East Imperial City were slightly moved. On the streets, on the grass and trees, even the citizens were getting nervous. Long Fei had become the biggest enemy of the East Imperial City. Those elders of the Su clan and the president of the association left. Su Wantu did not move. One of the elders spoke slightly. "My lord, should we step forward?" Su Wanta seemed to be deep in thought. After a long while, she faintly said, "If I'm not mistaken, that dragon cry earlier should have been released by that brat Long Fei." "Who the hell is he?" The old man said. "He is a person from the lower realms. Other than him, no one knows anything about him. We only found out that he killed a demonic pill refiner. As for everything else, we don't know. If it's the Dragon Clan's blood vein S, they shouldn't have fallen to East Imperial City's side. Although the dragon race was being crushed by the God's tribe. However, the dragon race was still strong, and was in existence at the overlord level of Universal Realm. The descendants of the dragon race would never appear in a barren place like the East Imperial City." Huff! Su Wantu exhaled a long breath and said faintly, "The Su family will not move." Instinct told him. Long Fei was not as simple as he seemed. A muggle who had just entered Universal Realm and could kill a demonic sex pill refiner was not simple at all. Plus, in this period of time, the Zheng Ling pills and genius Kirin Youth Lian Wenchao had been assassinated in the East Imperial City. Everything showed that Long Fei was not simple. Understood. The old man nodded slightly. He was very clear about Su Wantu's style of conduct, and his thoughts were extremely meticulous. The Su family being able to become the overlord of the East Imperial City had a decisive relationship with Su Wantu's decision. Su Wantu slightly said, "Right, has the Son of Heaven come yet?" The old man said slightly, "He should be arriving in a few days. At that time, Su So will be able to meet up with him, and they will be able to unite as one. As long as we walk this path well, no matter what happens in the future, the Su family will forever be the hegemon of East Imperial City." Su Wantu smiled faintly. Once this matter was done, he would no longer have to care about any threats in the city. Because, to be connected to the God's tribe was to stand at the peak of this world. Boom! Boom! A series of loud noises came from afar. Su Wantu slightly said, "The dragon gathering has begun. Kid, let's see if you can hold on." Chapter 2867, I'll Go With You. Chapter 2867, I'll Go With You. Long Fei is back. Human scum, traitor, has returned. That brat Long Fei is back. The news of Long Fei's appearance in the East Imperial City seemed to have grown wings as it flew everywhere. This time, he was famous. However, in the streets and alleys, the disciples of the various great families were fully armed and were rushing towards the Lan clan at full speed. Dragon gathering. This traitor should be hacked into pieces. You're right. We can't let him live in the East Imperial City. When people shouted for a fight, the popularity of the crowd had never been this high. Although they basically didn't recognize Long Fei and didn't even know who he was when he stood in front of them, colluding with the demons and evil spirits in the East Imperial City was as serious as treason. Long Fei is back? In business alliance of Fu family, the anxious Fu Shishan suddenly stopped, a light flashed in his eyes, and he said happily, "I'm finally back." No way. There are so many families in East Imperial City that want his life. If he comes back, he will be courting death. I have to notify him. Fu Shishan was about to leave the room. However, before she could walk out, two elders stopped her. "Miss, you can't go look for him right now. What you need to do now is to draw a clear line with him." Another old man followed up. "That's right, the reason why our business alliance of Fu family is in such a state is because of him. If not for him, we would not have been so passive, and would not even know who is suppressing us. If I were to get involved with Long Fei again, I'm worried that the business alliance of Fu family might not be able to establish a foothold in the East Imperial City. Miss, the greater picture is our priority. The stronger the winter, this is the best time for us business alliance of Fu family to do business. Whether we can recover the loss and reputation will all depend on this time." The two elders tried to persuade him. The reason why business alliance of Fu family was suppressed by an extremely strong power was obviously because of the relationship between Fu Xishan and Long Fei. If he were to stand up for Long Fei this time, business alliance of Fu family might not have any place to stand on. They definitely could not have any contact with Long Fei anymore. Fu Xishan, however, did not think too much into it and said, "Get out of my way." The two old men did not move, and said, "Miss, for business alliance of Fu family's sake, we cannot let you out." Fu Xishan's brows tightened and said, "Who is the master here?" No matter what happened, even if the business alliance of Fu family was gone, Fu Xishan would still be the same as before. She missed the chance in God's martial continent. She definitely wouldn't miss it here. However, your grandfather had said before that the two of us must protect you. Right now, the people from the great clans of the East Imperial City are all going to the Lan clan, so even if you go, it would be useless. That brat is dead today, no one can save him. Miss, from today onwards, we can do whatever you want to punish us, but not today. The two old men were very determined. They wouldn't let Fu Xishan die. Long Fei was like a mouse crossing the street today. He could not even dodge in time. Who dared to approach him? Fu Xishan did not struggle at all. She knew that it was impossible for her to pass through with her current cultivation, but she had to find Long Fei. Definitely, Lan clan. With a single move, Long Fei killed Yen Lauer and all those elite disciples, causing the entire Lan clan to shake. However, a few minutes later, the people of Lan clan were all staring at Long Fei. Lan Mei said in a faint voice, "Quickly leave, you cannot stay here, quickly leave, East Imperial City is just a huge trap, leave quickly." He was extremely anxious. Everyone in East Imperial City knew what Long Fei had done. Everyone knew about the dragon gathering. If Long Fei appeared now, he would immediately be discovered, and before long, he would be surrounded and killed. "Long Fei, you can go. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, it'll really be too late. If you don't leave, you will implicate our Lan clan. Don't tell me you still think our Lan clan is lacking? If you didn't know where the Zheng Ling pills came from, would our Lan clan be like this? It's all because of you, Bane. Get out of here, get out." The people from the Lan clan were furious at each other. They forgot who had saved them. Long Fei ignored him. When he did something, he didn't care what the people around him thought. He looked at Lan Mei. As long as it was someone he cared about, then Lan Mei was someone he cared about. Lan Mei looked at Long Fei's eyes and tears rolled down her cheeks. She shook her head and said, "This time is different from last time. You have to leave quickly. If we don't leave now, it'll really be too late." It could be seen that Lan Mei was truly worried about him. Long Fei said indifferently, "Come with me." There was nothing left for a family like this to linger around. If not for Lan Mei, the Lan clan would have disappeared a long time ago. If not for Lan Mei, Long Fei would never even help Lan clan. Now that Lan Mei had been removed from his position, there was no need to stay any longer. Without waiting for Lan Mei to speak, an old man walked out. "No, Lan Mei cannot follow you. You are shameless, our Lan clan is even more shameless. Our Lan clan would never dance with demons and monsters." Long Fei's eyes turned cold as he asked, "Who are you?" The old man's eyes narrowed. Another young disciple said in a deep voice, "Trash, how did you talk to the patriarch?" As soon as he finished speaking, Long Fei's aura moved and instantly landed in front of that disciple. One hand grabbed hold of his throat and coldly said, "This father's exactly this kind of temper." His two fingers moved. The Adam's apple is broken. The man couldn't even cry out for help before he fell to the ground. Long Fei coldly glanced at the patriarch of the Lan clan, walked back to Lan Mei's side, and said, "There's nothing left to linger about, follow me." He did not say much. Long Fei stretched out his hand. He was waiting for Lan Mei to hold his hand. Lan Mei longed for it. More than once he had imagined someone taking her away from this place, to a place where no one knew her, where her meridians were clogged. Seeing Long Fei's hand, she had a trace of hesitation. Because this was the Lan clan, something that her father had entrusted to her. However, she wanted to leave with Long Fei very much. Lan Mei, you can't go with him. He is now the sinner of the East Imperial City. If you leave with him, you will also bear the consequences of your infamy. Not only you also have the Lan clan. You can't go with him. Are you crazy? Is there water in your head? What does a trash like you want to do? If you don't have the Lan surname, then whatever. But if your surname is Lan, then draw a clear line between you and him. If you follow him, the Lan clan will be killed by you. The Lan clan spoke out one after another. Lan Mei was very hesitant in the beginning. However, she suddenly felt relieved, and immediately pulled Long Fei's hand and laughed lightly. I will follow you. Chapter 2868 Beauties and Killing Intent. Chapter 2868 Beauties and Killing Intent. He held Long Fei's hand tightly. In this moment, Lan Mei felt a sense of relaxation that he had never felt before. The 10,000 kilograms on her body felt like she was throwing down a cliff. The moment she held onto Long Fei's hand, she said in her heart, "Daddy, you wish for me to do this as well, right?" Long Fei slightly smiled, held onto her slightly cold little hand and muttered, "Don't worry, in the future, with me, no one will be able to bully you." If Lan Mei did not leave with him, Long Fei might have given up on this mission. Because it wasn't worth it. Even if she was a descendant of Holy General, even if her body was eternally strong, Long Fei would still give up. "Let's go." Long Fei held Lan Mei's hand tightly and walked out of the courtyard. "You can't leave." Suddenly, a sound was heard. The patriarch of the Lan clan immediately shouted, "Long Fei, you cannot bring her away. You will harm the entire Lan clan." Long Fei's mouth curved upwards and said coldly, "When you removed Lan Mei, you all died, and when you were stepped under Yen Laoer's feet, you all died again. When you saw Lan Mei getting beaten up, all of you lowered your heads like dogs, not daring to make a sound. I would like to ask, does East Imperial City still have a Lan clan? You guys are all men. You have lived for dozens of years, and yet you want a girl to take responsibility for everything. Is there a need for a family like yours to exist? If there is anyone else in the Lan clan, it would be her." Long Fei looked at Lan Mei, and then walked out of the courtyard. The faces of the people from Lan clan were all burning with anger. It was as if they were slapped in the face a few times. Long Fei's words were like needles piercing their hearts. It was extremely difficult. What did Lan clan do in this period of time? What did they do? Other than thinking of ways to make things difficult for Lan Mei, what else did they do? The current Lan clan had reached such a state. Just the thought of it sent chills down one's spine. "Who?" Lan Mei walked onto the main street and let out a long breath. Then, he said with an excited expression, "This is great." He felt as if he had been given a new lease of life, as if he had regained his freedom. However, Long Fei frowned. Killing intent. Not only was there killing intent, there were also tens of thousands of it. It was densely packed with killing intent. It was not released by a single person. This was the killing intent of thousands and tens of thousands of people. Lan Mei also noticed the abnormality and muttered, "Why is there no one on the streets? I've never been like this before. It's really strange." The street was empty. The doors of the houses on both sides were closed. A gust of cold wind blew past, giving the street an extra chilling aura. Long Fei looked around, looked at the entrance of the Lan mansion, and said slightly, "Lan Mei, did you bring along to change your clothes?" Lan Mei was startled. "No." Long Fei said, "Go back and get some clothes, I'll wait for you here." Lan Mei did not sense anything amiss. He nodded and said, "Okay, wait for me, I will come out immediately." However, Without waiting for Lan Mei to enter the Lan mansion, the gate closed with a bang, and a voice came from behind. Lan Mei has already been expelled by the Lan clan. From today onwards, Lan Mei no longer has any relationship with the Lan clan anymore. Lan Mei stared at the Lan mansion's door, clenched his fists and let go of it slightly. She once again walked back to Long Fei's side, holding back her tears. She said, "I have nothing to take with me, let's go." "Who?" Long Fei let out a light breath. Lan Mei couldn't feel it, but his mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning, and his sea of consciousness surged. The sky was overcast. A heavy rain was approaching. Long Fei looked at Lan Mei and smiled faintly. "It's fine, then I won't take it. I've prepared a set of clothes for you." While they were talking, Long Fei took out the set of phoenix cloths from the space ring. The moment she took it out, Lan Mei's eyes were attracted to it. Looking at the rainbow dress in Long Fei's hands, her eyes stared straight ahead. It's too beautiful. I've never seen such beautiful clothes. Is it for me?" Lan Mei's face was full of excitement. Only her father and Lan, who had grown up together, Uncle Lan Bao, would give her gifts, which were all kinds of spiritual pills. He had never received such gift. Any woman loves beauty. Lan Mei was also out of this range. Looking at phoenix cloth, she felt like her heart was going to melt. Long Fei said indifferently, "Let's try it on and see if the size is suitable." Lan Mei looked at phoenix cloth. It was a piece of clothes that highlighted the figure, and also a piece of clothes that was not called revealing. Her cheeks flushed red, she lowered her head and whispered, "Isn't it better to change clothes on this street?" Long Fei's gaze congealed for a bit, and he said, "There's no one on the street anyway, and you don't need to take off your outer robes to wear this set of clothes." S. forehead began to drip with sweat. His men were also sweating slightly. When he released the spirit weapon just now, everything the spirit soldier saw was reflected in Long Fei's mind. Long Fei's heart secretly sank, not because he was afraid. It was excitement. Never. This was the first time he was this excited after entering the universal realm. This chill, this killing intent, these ice-cold auras, caused Long Fei's pores to open one after another as his entire body and mind entered an abnormal state. Lan Mei nodded and said, "All right then." Just as she was about to put on her clothes and look at her clothes, Phoenix Cloth seemed to have recognized her as his master, and instantly put on her clothes. Lan Mei was slightly shocked. A few seconds later, her clothes were originally hidden, but now there was only Phoenix Cloth on her body. Her figure was like a fairy. He had long fair legs, a waist, a chest, and not much meat on his body. He also had 2 big ponytails and blue hair. An indescribable beauty. Originally, Lan Mei was only a woman ranked in the top 10 of East Imperial City. But now this set of Phoenix Cloth had allowed her to be ranked in the top 3, or even the top 10. "Does it look good?" Lan Mei was a little embarrassed, and her hands unnaturally covered the exposed area. Her face was flushed, and she looked even cuter. Long Fei was also dumbstruck, and could not help but exclaim, "Beautiful!" If not for the current situation, Long Fei might not be able to control himself. Right now, he was completely focused on the killing intent in the surroundings. She was not in the mood to appreciate Lan Mei's beauty. Lan Mei smiled faintly, and revealed 2 dimples at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Thank you, I really like it." "Then wear it now, don't take it off." Long Fei let out a faint sound, turned and looked at the surrounding surging killing intent, as though they were also attracted by Lan Mei's beauty, and could not calm down. Since Lan Mei was wearing the Phoenix Cloth, then Long Fei need not be too worried. It was also at this time. Long Fei said solemnly, "Come out." Chapter 2869 The City is Full of Golden Armor. Chapter 2869 The City is Full of Golden Armor, Come Out. As soon as he finished, Lan Mei was slightly taken aback. Who came out? There's no one here. He was not finished. Boom! Just like a flood from a gate, a large group of people gushed out from the alley. They were all wearing golden armor with the word slaughter embroidered on the chest area of the armor. In the blink of an eye, thousands of disciples rushed out. It instantly surrounded Long Fei. Lan Mei, who was at the side, was immediately scared silly. Long Fei smirked. The lineup is really not small at all. Gold armors, this reminds me of a movie from my previous life. Lan Mei took over. What movie? Long Fei said softly. The entire city is covered in gold-ranked armor. Then, Long Fei's eyes darkened, his gaze was filled with killing intent, and said softly, "Follow closely behind me." Lan Mei looked at the people around him and nodded heavily. Amen? Long Fei, obediently surrender. You can't run anymore. Kneel down, you traitor, you are a scum. You actually got mixed up with the evil demons of the Night Valley and the Ghost Hole. Kneel. Kneel. Kneel down and accept your death. The surrounding voices exploded in the air, shaking violently. Long Fei's mouth hooked up. Isn't it dragon gathering? What? You want to take my life just because you cats and dogs? These people's cultivation base was also only general level, and was not very high. Long Fei knew. They were just the first wave. The East Imperial City's size was comparable to an empire and its population was even over a few 100 million. How big was this place? Just a few thousand people. Humph. It's enough to just kill you and me. Just a mere general level, what sort of flowers could you possibly produce? Kid, quickly kneel down and die. You think this is the Night Valley? This is the East Imperial City, not a place where you demons and evil beings roam. The corner of Long Fei's mouth twitched and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? It's done. I wanted to have more people, but who would have thought that there would only be these few? Then die." Long Fei did not hesitate. With a twisted expression, the green dragon battle suits on his body trembled slightly. Long Fei said in a heavy voice, "Green dragon. Roar!" A green dragon ghosting rushed out of Long Fei's green dragon battlesuits, releasing a dragon's roar, causing everyone present to tremble. His mind seemed as if it was going to be crushed. Their faces were filled with incomparable pain. Dragon? Is it a dragon? What kind of monster is that? Oh my God! Long Fei laughed at the sky. Dragon gathering? Now that the dragon is here, come out and King slaughter for your father. Block my way. Even the gods can't do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Fei moved the idea, and the true spirit in his body started to surge. Roar! The green dragon moved through the air and descended from the sky. Its huge tail swept across the sky and sent out a crushing pressure. Bam! 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 One by one, the Golden Warrior-s collapsed to the ground. No one could stop it. Thousands of people were killed in an instant. Blood gushed out, and the entire street was instantly dyed red. At this moment, in Long Fei's mind, ding ding ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Golden Warrior. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Golden Warrior. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Octaterra Blade. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Spirit Sword. The system beep went berserk. At the same time, he also reported that although most of the equipment were trash, these equipment were all experience points. Long Fei immediately exchanged all of them for the city experience points. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 132,322 experience points. Long Fei looked from afar and laughed coldly, saying, "Just these few people? Not enough." And then, Long Fei did not run, nor was he anxious. He calmly pulled Lan Mei's hand and slowly walked forward. Walking on the blood-stained street. It was like walking on a red carpet. Adding Lan Mei's beautiful phoenix cloth clothes, it really felt like he was walking on a red carpet. Lan Mei said worriedly. Dragon Gathering is an alliance of all the families in the East Imperial City. Other than the Su family, Donghuang College, and a few other aristocrats, all the other families are participating. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "There's no rush." Long Fei thought to himself, "This is the perfect time to level up. How can I let this opportunity slip by? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. You want to touch me? Kill your entire family." In the beginning, Long Fei was still a little worried about Lan Mei, but now that she had donned the phoenix cloth, he was not worried anymore. He knew it in his heart. This time, all of the families were working together to deal with him. Not to mention experts, there were probably many powerhouse in the senior realm, so why would they want to leave safely? It was very difficult, but Long Fei did not want to miss this chance to level up. Moreover, from the very beginning, when the game system appeared in his mind, the path he walked had been a path of death with blood all over the ground. Master, you guessed right, that dragon image was released from Long Fei's body. His cultivation did not change much, and he is still using the general level. A guard reported to Su Wantu. Su Wantu's expression changed, and she said faintly, "As expected." An old man beside him said, "Dragon Roar?" Could it be that it is a divine-level cultivation technique, but there is no such cultivation technique in the Night Valley, or is it that he had a fortuitous encounter? Su Wantu did not answer. Another old man said, "Even if he can continuously release such a powerful cultivation technique, how many times can he hold on? Don't forget that he is only at the general level of cultivation. He won't be able to last long against the combined attacks of over 100 clans of the East Imperial City. I reckon he won't make it in 3 waves at most." Su Wantu frowned. At this time, a guard hurriedly walked in and said, "My lord, the miss has been resisting the entire time. We won't be able to defend her any longer." Su Wantu's eyes darkened. How did she know Long Fei was going to return to the city? This one doesn't know. All right. I'll deal with it later. Su Wantu had a headache. At this time, they definitely could not allow So to meet with Long Fei. If not, he would be kidnapped or even be a threat to the Su family's position in the East Imperial City. Just when he was about to leave, Su Wantu said lightly, "Old man Qin, go and shatter that purple crystal that is binding the flying sword. Just treat it as me returning another favor to him." This, "Master, that flying sword is not an ordinary magical equipment inside it." The elder hesitated. Su Wantu said, "Just do as I say." The old man immediately replied, "All right." In another place, Donghuang College, Dean of Donghuang College's courtyard, a figure landed. Dean of Donghuang College didn't have any reaction at all. By the time he reacted, the figure had already appeared in front of him. Dean of Donghuang College's heart sank as he immediately bowed respectfully. He didn't know who it was, but he knew that if this person wanted to kill him, he would be able to do it in one move. He was from the royal realm, and in a second, how strong was he? The figure moved slightly and took out a token from within his black robe. On the token, there was an extremely ancient word, Mu, carved into it. Dean of Donghuang College's pupils suddenly contracted. If it was only a moment ago, then now that his mind was filled with fear, he immediately asked, "May I know what Sir has requested?" The silhouette said lightly, "Help me find a person." Dean of Donghuang College asked, "Who?" The figure said indifferently, "His name is Long Fei, and he entered the universal realm not long ago." Chapter 2870 Death-Free Order. Chapter 2870 Death-Free Order. There were extremely few surnames of Mu, and it was even rarer in the universal realm. But the clan plate in front of Dean of Donghuang College had the word Mu carved into it. Whether it was an imprint, the material it was made of, or the word on it, all of it was filled with impactful power. It was incomparably ancient. When Dean of Dong Huang College saw this, he was greatly shocked. In that instant, he immediately thought of ancient family, Mu clan. His heart shook. Everything made sense. His surname is Long and his name is Long Fei. If you have any news about him, you can stay in the Xiao Yao city and obtain treasures that you cannot imagine. As soon as he finished speaking, the silhouette turned into a few black lines and disappeared in an instant. Dean of Dong Huang College was too fast, to the point where he couldn't react in time. Emperor Strongman? That's not right. An existence that definitely surpasses the Emperor realm. Could he be the legendary heavenly saint? Dean of Dong Huang College held his breath, his eyes filled with shock, unable to make a sound. After a long time, Dean of Dong Huang College let out a long breath. Who is he looking for? Surnamed Long. Name, Dragon what? Dean of Dong Huang College was too nervous. This was the first time he had seen someone with such a high cultivation level. Furthermore, he had taken out a badge unique to the Mu clan, which shocked him beyond belief. There was no reaction in his mind at all. Moreover, subconsciously, Dean of Dong Huang College thought that there was no one that Mu clan was looking for, because Mu clan was an ancient clan. The person they were looking for must be extremely precious and couldn't be in a place like East Imperial City. It was also because of this that he didn't react in time. They muttered a few words. Dean of Dong Huang College's eyes suddenly darkened. Dragon, Long Fei? It's him. It's that fellow. The voice trembled slightly. Then, Dean of Dong Huang College immediately shouted, Men! An elder immediately walked in from outside the courtyard and bowed. Lord. Dean of Dong Huang College asked, What's the situation now? The elder did not know what he was asking and asked, May I know what sire is asking about? Dean of Dong Huang College replied, Dragon gathering. The old man said, Over 100 clans are participating. That kid probably won't be able to escape death tonight. Dean of Dong Huang College's pupils suddenly contracted. Without thinking too much, he directly took out this principal medallion. There were many kinds of orders. There was a summoning order. There was an order to become the principal. However, the order badge in the Dean of Dong Huang College's hands was actually an extremely rare envoy token. The old man said, Elder, what are you going to do with the envoy token? Do we need to gather the envoys of the Donghuang College? The Dean of Dong Huang College took out his order badge, and with a move, the idea injected his own spirit into the order badge. His voice became heavy. Pass my order to every family of East Imperial City, get them to withdraw their troops. The envoy's order was like a sound transmission order. As long as the Dean of Dong Huang College gave the order, someone would immediately carry it out. Just as he finished, from the depths of Dong Huang College, dozens of rays of light shone. They immediately spread out throughout the various parts of the East Imperial City. However, after using the emissary token, the Dean of Dong Huang College felt that something was amiss. With a flip of his hand, he took out another token. The emissary's orders were rarely used. Then, in the entire Dong Huang College, there was only one signboard. The old man's eyes darkened. Master, no death-free order? Dean of Dong Huang College passed it to the old man and said, Quickly rush to the scene. Remember, give this order badge to Long Fei, and no matter what, you have to protect that brat for me. The old man was shocked. Death-free order, this is the highest order badge in East Imperial City, even Su Wantu does not dare to touch it. Death-free orders were not just tokens. It was a formation. It could be said that formations with heaven-defying defenses were known as techniques to avoid death. There was only one such pellet in East Imperial City. It was incomparably precious. Dean of Dong Huang College said, I know, so hurry up and do it. It's not good for me to show my face in this matter. Furthermore, there's an emissary order and a death-free order. I should be able to protect him. After all, He was the principal of the Dongwon College. There were some things that were inconvenient for him to do. The old man nodded. "I'll do it right away." Dongwon College said, "Go." His heart tensed up. "I hope I can make it in time, kid. Don't let anything happen to you. If you disappear in East Imperial City, I'm afraid." He couldn't imagine it, because he clearly understands the methods of the Mu clan, and he doesn't give you any chance to explain. If this person was important to them, they would not hesitate to destroy the heavens and the earth. This was the ancient clan. Dongwon College didn't want to go to Xiao Yao City to get some Mu clan's rewards. He just wanted to protect East Imperial City. From the beginning of the prison in East Imperial City to now, it was really not easy. If it was destroyed, how many people would die? Walala! 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 Who? Long Fei's body sank down heavily. The azure dragon battle armor on his entire body quickly turned into fragments and slid down his body. Hoo 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 hoo. Hoo 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 hoo. Long Fei panted heavily. The green dragon battle suits was indeed powerful, but he had a fatal point, and it did not last long enough. It should be very short. He had already used one set. He still had one set of space ring left. Use it again? Once Long Fei stepped in, the streets and alleys were filled with golden guards. Even an Iron Man would not be able to withstand so many attacks if they rushed in one after another. F***CK. Again. Long Fei hardened his heart. Don't worry about that. It was also at this time. That kid's armor fell off. That green dragon was released from within this set of armor. The power contained within this armor should be the power of the gods' tribe. Don't miss it. Now attack. Kill them all. One of the spirit intermediate realm experts waved his arm, took out his long blade, with a heavy leap. He chopped at Long Fei. Long Fei's pupils tightened. He was weak now. Green Dragon Battle Suits' consumption was extremely huge. No matter if it was his body or his true soul, they were both in a completely powerless state. Even if he wanted to use the second set of Green Dragon Battle Suits, he would need a little bit of time. The blade in front of him slashed down. Long Fei's life would probably be lost. However, Long Fei didn't panic in the slightest. He looked calm. Lan Mei's eyes were startled, and she anxiously warned, "Be careful!" The corner of Long Fei's mouth hooked up as he said indifferently, "Don't worry." Ha ha ha. Long Fei, die. Your life is mine now. Ha ha ha. A crack appeared in the blade. It was aimed at the top of Long Fei's head, but in that instant, bam! A gunshot rang out. The spirit rank cultivator's temple was blown off and half his head was gone. His entire body fell from the sky and died. Sniper! Gun sniper! Chapter 2871 Courting Death. Chapter 2871 Courting Death. No one knew what was going on. The scene was too noisy, and more importantly, no one knew that the launcher could still be used like this. Launcher attacked from afar. But it was still within his field of vision, because the moment he was too far away, it would affect his power. The shot did not attract much attention. The surrounding people did not stop and continued to charge forward. Long Fei was still calmly waiting for his body to recover a little. Lan Mei looked around with a panicked expression. Seeing the people who kept on charging towards her, she blocked in front of Long Fei and asked, "What should we do?" Long Fei slightly smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've said it before, no one can stop my footsteps." Lan Mei said anxiously, But, at a glance they were all people. Furthermore, these people were all here to kill Long Fei. The most important thing was that these were all the disciples of the lowest level of the family. Let alone general level, even senior realm would not be able to withstand this tide of attack. Unable to block it? Lan Mei was incomparably anxious. Long Fei was not worried. Lan Mei exclaimed. His voice hadn't died down yet. Bang! 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 Several gunshots rang out and several more people fell to the ground. In the same position, his temples exploded. Another group of people rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang! A few more people fell. Several waves of players were instantly killed by the ranged classes. A warrior said, "Launcher, there is a launcher." "That's impossible. There's basically no one else around. It's impossible for Launcher to have such a long range." "That's right. It can't be Launcher. Could it be that this kid has an expert helping him?" Everyone was slightly startled, but at this point they all stopped. They were all shocked. In the distance, on a tall tower, Tandapeo had a vulgar and excited smile on his face. "Brother Fei is indeed awesome. It was only a slight change on the spear. Its range has changed, and even its strength has become stronger. The feeling of a headshot is just too great." Ha ha ha! He was smiling like a 300 kilograms fatty. Long Fei also said to himself, "Impressive, to be able to learn how to use sniping techniques in just a few short days. The accuracy is indeed extraordinary. This is the Launcher. He can fight in close combat, he can snipe. Heh heh. If I had such a sniper team." The assassination department already had it. The assassination of the Yi Mei three sisters could already be said to be very strong. Even if it was the senior realm, if it was not guarded against it, it would still be assassinated by them. They were assassins. If he could build a sniper team, Long Fei became excited. Interesting. Regardless of whether it's cultivation strength, cold weapons or hot weapons, I must obtain them. Thought, Black and White had once said that the God's tribe was too strong. A person who had ruled over the universal realm for billions of years, how powerful was he? It was definitely not enough to shake this huge tree. Long Fei needed a strong army. In half a minute, Long Fei had the thought of a sniper team in his mind. In a room, a few elders stood by the window looking into the distance. An old man said slightly, "This Launcher is quite interesting. Even at such a long distance, he still has such a great killing power. So what if it's powerful? This is just a Launcher." "That's right. Launcher is still a Launcher after all. No matter how strong he is, it's useless." It was also at this time. A black armored guard entered the house and said lightly, "Elder, the location of Launcher has been found." A cold sneer appeared on the faces of the crowd. "That piece of trash, Long Fei, doesn't have a Launcher. Let's see how long he can continue." "Elder Chun, are you going there?" "No problem. Just a mere Launcher. I can send him to the heavens in one move." Ha ha ha! As soon as he finished, an old man from the god's elephant state flashed out. The Launcher was most afraid of close combat. A close combat spear was hard to use, but it was locked onto because this was the Launcher's weakness. It was like a mage, who could only be oppressed if they were used in close combat by a powerful warrior. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. One shot, one headshot. It was a pleasure. Like a beautiful waltz. Tandapeo was completely excited. However, Long Fei frowned. Crap. Lan Mei was startled, seeing that no one dared to come close, and completely oppressed by the Launcher, he said, "What's so bad about it? Look at these people, none of them dare to approach us." Long Fei looked at the tower in the distance. "Why didn't you listen to me?" It was not that Tandapeo did not listen to him, it was just that he felt that it was unnecessary. There was another reason, which was because he was afraid that when he moved his position, those people would attack Long Fei. Thus, it was always overwhelming. Furthermore, he had never killed anyone this way before. How could he leave so easily? Suddenly, the gunshots stopped. Long Fei became anxious. "It's here." However, Long Fei was not too worried as he also had a set of armor on him. As long as he was not a powerful expert, he would be able to deal with him. The gunshot is gone. Seems like Elder Churn has taken care of the Launcher. passed down the order, attack! Attack! As soon as he finished speaking, the golden warrior on both sides of the street rushed forward with big strides. Lan Mei looked into the distance and said, "Hurry, shoot, quick!" No. There was no more gunfire. Long Fei looked at his own stats and muttered, "Just a bit more." He was still unable to initiate the Green Dragon battlesuit's transformation. His body still needed a little more time for his true soul to form. Long Fei also swallowed all kinds of pills. Lan Mei glanced at Long Fei. And then, she took a step forward and extended her hands, protecting Long Fei behind her. "Humph! Little girl, you're so beautiful. I really can't bear to do such a thing. Why don't we snatch her away first and let our brothers enjoy themselves? Ha ha! I think so. She is the only blue-haired woman in the entire city, and with this pair of blue clothes, she can be said to have surpassed the East Imperial City's #1 beauty. Gudong! Don't say so much, your father's crotch can no longer endure the thirst. Whoever gets it first gets it first. Ha ha ha!" The eyes of the brawny men lit up, their Adam's apple rolling like hungry wolves as they rushed over. "Little beauty, you're mine, ha ha ha." A person rushed forward. Lan Mei closed his eyes. She did not have any cultivation, nor did she have any combat ability. However, she knew that she could use her body to protect Long Fei for a period of time. Long Fei was not worried. This was because the armor on Lan Mei's body was the one that had been infused with the defensive power of the Azure Dragon. Moreover, with the powerful Azure Dragon antiphasic force, if he didn't attack, that would be better. But if he attacked, that would be a suicide. Long Fei smirked, looked at the filthy man, and coldly said, "You're courting death." Chapter 2872. Laozi is waiting for you to come out. Chapter 2872. Laozi is waiting for you to come out. Before he finished speaking, the instant that filthy man pounced over. Boom! A light aura exploded from Phoenix Cloth. The brawny man was knocked into the air. Ah! The bones all over his body cracked, let out a pig-slaughtering howl, and heavily fell to the ground. There was no more life. Everyone was stunned. Seeing the corpses that were smashed into mincemeat, one by one, they looked towards Lan Mei, but could not find anything. Lan Mei was still that blue-colored demoness, an incomparably beautiful woman. However, she looked even more beautiful. He was like a holy angel, with a pure white light appearing all over his body. What happened? How did he fly out? What's going on? What was that tremendous force just now? Oh my God! How did she become beautiful again? Lan Mei herself didn't know, but she thought that she was going to die, yet she stood perfectly still with not a single hair on her head harmed. Looking at the dazed expressions of the people around her, she muttered, "What's wrong?" Long Fei laughed. "You'll know soon." That was also the sound of it. A few brawny men who were extremely perverted rushed over once again. "Little beauty, come. Big brother will take good care of you." As if a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep, it wanted to hug Lan Mei. However, just as they were a few centimeters away from Lan Mei's heart tightened. Whoosh! Boom! A loud explosion resounded. A halo of light burst out from her clothes, enveloping those men. Buzz! 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 They were all suspended in the air, as if they had lost gravity. All of them were stupefied. What's going on? What kind of power is this? Just when everyone was astonished, the light of light flickered, and the men in mid-air were sent flying 1,000 meters away. Bang bang bang! A few buildings were completely smashed into smithereens. Stupid! As they looked at the broken holes of the buildings in the distance, all of the gold warriors were stunned. They looked afar in a daze, then looked at Lan Mei. Lan Mei was also startled, and muttered, just now, what happened? How could I have such a strong power?" It was also at this time. She looked at Long Fei and said, "Could it be?" Lowering her head to look at her clothes, she joyfully asked, "Is this clothes on me a spiritual treasure? Soul treasure? What spiritual treasure had such an automatic defense system? What spiritual treasure could erupt with power in one's subconscious?" Which was also Long Fei. Of course. It was also because of the memories in his previous life that he had spent a lot of effort to infuse his structure into the armor. Moreover, only after a few days did he succeed in a few pieces of armor. Of course. Long Fei's current level of making technique was not high, adding the fact that the material was simple, the battle uniform was only in the initial stages. Without the help of the Green Dragon's power, it would be difficult for even Long Fei to complete the first stage. Long Fei looked at Lan Mei's joyous expression and laughed faintly. "Do you like it?" Lan Mei smiled and nodded and said, "N." Long Fei laughed. "It's good that you like it." Seeing Lan Mei's smile, Long Fei was happy. After Lan Yuan died, Lan Mei didn't laugh that much. He promised Lan Yuan that he would take good care of her. Lan Mei looked at Long Fei excitedly and said, "Then am I unrivaled now?" Long Fei's legs moved, and he sprung up from the ground. He swept a glance to both sides of the street and said, "In this place, you are invincible." "Really?" Lan Mei became even more excited. Long Fei nodded and said, "It's true." He. "I've always dreamed of being able to train, but training was also for another dream." Lan Mei laughed mischievously. "Actually, my dream is to be invincible." Long Fei. He was speechless. Lan Mei's gaze swept the area, looking at the surrounding stunned golden warrior. He said, "Did you hear that? I am unrivaled right now. If you don't want to die, then move to the side." His tone instantly changed from a gentle lady of a noble family to a young girl. "Get out of the way, do you hear me? I'm talking about you. What are you looking at?" Lan Mei pointed at a person. That person was stunned, but he did not retreat, much less dodge to the side. Lan Mei suddenly moved, directly rushing in front of him. The idea moved. Wang! The warrior floated into the air. Not just him. Several people around him were enveloped in halos of light and suddenly flew into the air. Boom, boom, boom. They were all blasted away. Ha ha ha. I'm really invincible. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Whoever dares to stand in my way will have to get to the city wall. She walked back to Long Fei's side, and with one hand holding Long Fei's arm, she said, "Did you all hear that? I let you guys get out of the way." Those people did not dare to approach. All of them were retreating. Long Fei also smiled faintly. "I never thought that a gentle girl would actually have a domineering woman in her heart." Lan Mei laughed heartily. "Actually, I wish I was a boy. This way, I could be a hero, fight against injustice, be invincible all the way, hee." Long Fei said, "If you were a man, then I definitely wouldn't let you hold my hand." Lan Mei giggled and said, "I am a man, I will also like you." Inside the house, one of them was very upset. "A bunch of useless trash. You can't even deal with a woman with blockages in her meridians. Is she used to eat sh*t? Her voice was gloomy. Moreover, it was so thick that it seemed to come from an old man. However, no, the man sitting on the seat of honor, whose eyes were slightly closed from the start, was a young man. Lien Wuchao. The moment he opened his eyes, his pupils shone with a faint, cold blue light. The few elders in the room shuddered, and their expressions were displeased. They were dissatisfied with Lien Wuchao, but they did not dare to say anything. The current Lien Wuchao was no longer the Lien Wuchao of the past. Not only was his cultivation incredible, his talent was incredible. More importantly, he had obtained the support of a powerful force. A mysterious and powerful force. Otherwise, how could Lien family become a noble? Young Master Lien, the soul treasure on her body is a little strange. I'm afraid. Without waiting for him to finish, Lien Wuchao glared. Trash! While they were talking, Lien Wuchao walked to the side of the window and looked at the distant Lan Mei, who had a complacent expression. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and he sneered. Today it just so happens to be my little brother's 37, so I'll use your life as an offering to his soul. With that, the figure disappeared. The next second, rumble! A loud explosion resounded. The halo around Lan Mei's body suddenly shattered. His body sunk slightly as his face turned white. Long Fei's eyes also tensed up. Lien Wuchao. Lien Wuchao sneered. I'll send you to hell today. Green dragon battlesuits. Long Fei moved and said solemnly, I've been waiting for you to come out. Chapter 2873 Lien Wuchao. Chapter 2873 Lien Wuchao. I'll wait for you to come out. Long Fei immediately pulled Lan Mei behind him. The phoenix cloth on his body had very strong defense, but it would still not be able to defend against an expert. Furthermore, just now, one of Lien Wuchao's palm attack had nearly heavily injured her. If he had another palm attack, the armor on Lan Mei's body would probably have been ripped apart. The armor needed improvement. Lan Mei's breathing became ragged and he said, His power is so strong. Lien Wuchao has become much stronger in this period of time. It seems that even the venerable powerhouse is not his opponent. You should be careful. Lan Mei said worriedly. Long Fei also felt extremely depressed. His cultivation was no longer at the god's elephant state in the Night Valley. He could break through and enter the Saint Realm. Moreover, the aura on his body was very different. It was as if there was an extremely powerful force in his body. Just as Lan Mei had said, it might not even be a match for him in the senior realm. Lien Wuchao's eyes swept across them and stared coldly at Long Fei. You dog, you still dare to return to the East Imperial City, to return my grandfather's life. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. The aura on his body abruptly shrank. His figure disappeared from where he stood. No one could see him, not even his shadow. His speed was extremely fast. What astonishing speed! It's only been a few days since he defeated the Level 1 instructor of the Supreme Realm in Dongguan College. His cultivation seems to have become much stronger again, this time after coming back from Night Valley. He has completely changed. Did you see that? He doesn't even use his magical Kylan Blood's strength anymore. Long Fei's muggle is about to lie on the ground and become a dead dog. Lien Wuchao changed every day, and his strength already made some people feel fear. Because his speed of breakthrough was simply too fast. Lien family relied on his own strength to advance to become a noble in East Imperial City. How strong was he? Long Fei was secretly shocked. It happened faster than I thought. It looks like he also had a fortuitous encounter. And then, Long Fei thought back to the time when Lien Wuchao had left the Night Valley. Lien Wuchao's chest had been pierced, then the purple crystal. Could it be that the purple crystal has shifted from Han Wuya's body to his? The violet gold armor fragments came from the shrine. The power of the god's tribe was completely different from normal powers. Even the power inside a piece of metal could cause a change and not be stiff. It was as if he had been possessed by the devil. Han Wuya died, but the purple crystal that pierced Lien Wuchao's body came to life. Otherwise, even if Lien Wuchao had a magical Kylan Blood S, it was impossible for him to recover in such a short period of time. There was only one possibility. He had absorbed the power of the amethyst battle armor. Moreover, the only difference between him and Han Wuya was that he seemed to have reached some sort of agreement with the amethyst battle armor's fragments. He had not become a monster like Han Wuya, but he was able to wield the power of the amethyst armor. Be careful! Lan Mei shouted anxiously. Long Fei's eyes darkened at that moment. Green scales began to appear on his body, as if dragon scales were growing out of his skin. It directly covered Long Fei's entire body. His pupils had also turned green. Long Fei clenched his fists. Wang! When the strength stripes burst out, a dragon's roar sounded in the air. And at this moment, Long Fei's body bowed slightly, and in the next moment, he let out a whoosh. The figure disappeared as well. Boom! The next second there was a loud noise in the air, and both bodies bounced off. So. It landed on the roof of 2 buildings. Long Fei said blandly, Han Wuya has turned into a monster, but you did not. It seems like you are smarter than Han Wuya. You actually reached an agreement with the God's tribe. Lien Wuchao's eyes slightly twisted and tightly stared at Long Fei. Your body should also have God's tribe's power, right? Seems like what you obtained last time in Night Valley was far more than just a flying sword. With just you, trash from the general level, getting the treasures is a waste. Why don't you give all of them to me? Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly sank down, and he stomped his foot on the ground. Bam! The building under his feet collapsed. You want it? If you have the guts, come and get it. Long Fei similarly charged forward. Lien Wuchao's strength increased and his strength also increased. Roar! A green dragon ghosting rushed out of Long Fei's body. It was incomparably huge. Ferocious beyond compare. It was churning in the sky. Dragon! It really is a dragon! Oh my God! Countless people were trembling in fear as they were struck by the green dragon ghosting in the sky. Lien Wuchao's pupils shrank rapidly as his palms moved slightly, and the power in his body exploded forth in an instant. Boom! A purple armor appeared on his body. In his hand was a large machete with a purple qilin head. So what if you're a dragon? It was just a mere dragon image. What tricks could you possibly have up your sleeve? Boom! Lien Wuchao leaped up, flying straight into the sky. Face to face with the green dragon ghosting. Not afraid. In his eyes, contempt and disdain could be seen. Just like how Powerhouse of God's tribe looked down on a dragon powerhouse, his eyes were filled with disdain. Because the current dragon clan was no longer God's tribe's match. Even Long Wutian had no choice but to lower his head and kneel in front of him. It was also because the God's tribe's power within the amethyst armor made Lien Wuchao not afraid in the slightest. But it was not like that. Lien Wuchao's body suddenly flickered with purple light. His entire body seemed to have grown larger. Open up a big store? The amethyst qilin in his hand moved his big machete. Lien Wuchao roared out, "Cut!" Long Fei's heart sank as well. Explode! Roar! The green dragon roared, opening its big mouth and going towards Lien Wuchao to swallow him up. The purple crystal broadsword in Lien Wuchao's hand moved, and slashed at the dragon head in anger. The people of East Imperial City all looked up and died without blinking, afraid that they would miss something. To them, this was like a fight between gods. Rumble! 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 It was incomparably shocking. One after another, strength stripes shot out from the sky like rays of light. The scene was incomparably shocking. It was so shocking that one would even forget to breathe. Boom! 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 The 10,000 explosive sounds in the sky never stopped. Lien Wuchao's body faintly sank, and flew out 10,000 meters away. Once again he charged, annihilate! Long Fei's face revealed pain. The slash just now. His green dragon battlesuits nearly bursted apart at this moment as his strength was simply too strong. He thought to himself, Lien Wuchao's talent is probably too much better than Han Wuya's. It can actually be used to this extent. Long Fei's level was too low. He was completely relying on the green dragon battlesuits. If the green dragon battlesuits shattered, then even if he summoned Any Road, H and the others, they would not be his match. Lien Wuchao was already big. But Long Fei's big move, green dragon battlesuits, was a little unable to endure it. He still needed a big move, an urgent need. I just have my killing sword. Chapter 2874 The Strength of the Death-Free Order S. Chapter 2874 The Strength of the Death-Free Order S. The whole city was watching. Everyone was astonished. The genius of the Lien family truly lives up to his reputation. A Kirin genius is a Kirin genius. How can a trash from the lower realms compare to it? So what if we have Green Dragon ghosting? He was stepped on as well. Ha ha. This is the difference between a trash and a genius. No matter how many Green Dragon ghosting he has, it's useless. He will still be stepped on by the Qilin genius. Let him know what a universal realm is. Muggle, do you understand? Long Fei had become the villain. Long Fei had colluded with the Night Valley and the Ghastly Cave, becoming a part of the demons. Long Fei was the scum of the East Imperial City, a traitor. Thus, when they saw Lien Wuchao block the Green Dragon, they mocked him. Dragon? Humph. Not to mention you're a dragon shadow, even if the real dragon was in front of me, I would still cut it down. Roar! Lien Wuchao rushed forward again, the blade in his hand slashing down. The power of the Green Dragon battlesuits had already been unleashed to the limit by Long Fei. As the dragon's roar wreaked havoc, the dragons might crush the other, and the Green Dragon ghosting smashed forward heavily. However, no. Lien Wuchao didn't seem to be affected by the dragon's might. His speed and strength did not decrease at all. Rumble! The sword chopped down. Crack! A bolt of purple lightning struck down, causing the Green Dragon ghosting to sway slightly. Voila! A large piece of the Azure Qilin on Long Fei's body fell, and his mind sunk. Can't block it? Humph! Long Fei, there is simply no place for you in this world. A trash like you isn't worthy enough to enter the universal realm. Go and die for me, ha ha ha! Lien Wuchao's body retreated once again. Shua! His body turned into a streak of light. The big blade in his hand drew a huge blade chi in the sky, which could be seen with the naked eye. Another slash. Rumble! With an explosive sound, Kacha! The dragon head on the Green Dragon ghosting. It was cut in half. The Green Dragon ghosting instantly shattered, and at the same time, the Green Dragon battlesuits on Long Fei's body scattered down, their cyan-colored scales falling onto the ground one by one. Poochie! Long Fei's vital energy and blood tumbled down from his chest. He could not hold back and vomited a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale white in an instant and he fell from the sky. Bam! It fell down heavily. The first thing Lan Mei did was rush up to help Long Fei up. His eyes were moist. Long Fei, Long Fei. Long Fei stood still and said, I'm fine. He did not expect this to happen. They never thought that the Green Dragon battlesuits would actually be broken by Lien Wuchao in a few moves. Lien Wuchao's strength had greatly exceeded his expectations. Long Fei panted heavily, lowered his voice, and said, I'm fine. Go find a chance to go to Elder Swordsman later, and then leave the city for Night Valley. It's very safe there. The defenses of the phoenix cloth on Lan Mei's body was very strong. Unless she was of the Supreme Realm, it would be hard to kill her. As long as they could delay Lien Wuchao, he would be able to escape. While Long Fei was speaking, he took out a small porcelain bottle he had prepared and said, This is the holy vein. It should be able to help you break through the life vein in your mind. Regardless of whether Lan Mei agreed or not, he directly stuffed it into her hands. Lan Mei anxiously asked, What about you? Long Fei grinned and said, Don't worry, I will be fine. Don't forget, my name is Long Fei. Lan Mei shook his head and said, I'm not leaving, I'm not going anywhere. If you die, I'll die with you. Boom. Right at this moment, Lien Wuchao's body heavily fell onto the ground. The surrounding people quickly scattered, and all looked at Lien Wuchao, their eyes filled with reverence. Young Master Lien is mighty. Young Master Lien is mighty. Young Master Lien, kill him. If even a dragon was killed, then Lien Wuchao's position in their hearts would be like that of a god. The crowd exploded. Lien Wuchao didn't even spare a glance at the surrounding people as he stared coldly at Long Fei and Lan Mei and coldly laughed. Truly, like objects converging, like a group of people. A trash whose meridians are clogged up, a trash from a lower plane. Perfect. One for my dead brother, the other for my grandfather's dead soul. You two pieces of trash can both die. Lien Wuchao's eyes congealed. His killing intent became even stronger. The amethyst sword in his hand dragged on the ground. With a swipe, flames flew in all directions. The blade chi went against the heavens, and he quickly rushed forward. Bam! Every step he took caused the ground to shake. Bam! Bam! Hearing the sounds of explosion, Lien Wuchao's figure was nowhere to be seen. Die! With that, a ray of purple light slashed down from above Long Fei's head. Walala! The blade chi was like a gale as it came crashing down from the sky. Long Fei's body felt as though it was pressing down with 1,000,000 kilograms of strength as his body trembled non-stop. His mind and consciousness were all being crushed, unable to withstand it at all. Long Fei clenched his fists and his heart sank. Imperial power. Inheritance of the Emperor. Release it. Both fists met. However, during this period of time, Long Fei had been researching and developing his battle clothes, and he simply did not have time to cultivate the imperial power that was passed down in the old Night King. Even if he were to cultivate, it would be impossible for him to absorb all of the imperial power in such a short period of time. Just your pair of fists? Humph! You overestimate yourself. Lien Wuchao sneered sinisterly and said, Grandfather, look carefully, I'll take revenge for you. Shwa! A ray of blade chi struck down. The purple-colored blade chi was like a fierce beast, devouring everything, not giving any chance to others. Lan Mei raised his eyes, and his body immediately stood in front of Long Fei to protect him. When the idea moved, the greatest defensive strength of the phoenix cloth was released. However, useless. Lien Wuchao absorbed the strongest power within the amethyst battle armor. Adding his Qilin blood vein and his inherent skill, his power was simply too strong. The defenses of the Phoenix Cloth S could not be blocked at all. The defense shattered. Lan Mei did not leave. He was still protecting Long Fei. Looking at Long Fei, he muttered to himself, To be able to die together with you, I'm satisfied, hee. Long Fei roared in his heart. On his right hand, there was a stream of purplish-black flames. There was a glow on his chest. He couldn't hold it in any more. He wanted to use the ancient inheritance's nether energy. But, leave him be. Right at this moment, when the Phoenix Cloth's battle robe was broken, a strand of power descended from the sky and directly protected Lan Mei. This power directly destroyed Lien Wuchao's blade chi. Moreover, in this instant, Lien Wuchao continuously explosively retreated. He raised his eyebrows and stared at the sky. Anger boiled in his heart as he said, Who the hell wants to die? How dare you stop me? Not waiting for him to finish, the surrounding people were stunned, their gazes motionless in front of Lan Mei. That power just now was not from who, but from a command medallion. The power emitted from a command medallion. What command token had such powerful strength? Suddenly, an old man screamed in fear, Death-free Order S. Chapter 2875 Armageddon? Chapter 2875 Armageddon? Death-free Order S. It's really the Death-free Order S card. How is this possible? In the entire East Imperial City, there is only one Death-free Order card, and it has always been in the hands of the principal of the Dongguan College. Why would it appear here? It belongs to the Fatri sect. Once the Death-free Order falls, no matter who it is, no one is allowed to touch it. Back then the Fatry sect took an exceptional genius out of the Donghuang College and gave him a death-free order medallion. This medallion had not been used for decades, yet this year, he used it to save them? This. I don't believe it. Why would the dean of Donghuang College save them? Once the command medallion is released, spare your life. If anyone dares to move, they will be going against the Fatry sect. The Fatry sect is a sect with the status of an overlord and possesses extremely powerful strength in the universal realm. I heard that there are overlord realm powerhouse in the Fatry sect. These are all top-level powerhouse below the 3 great Ji-Zun level. Death-free order. It came from the Fatry sect. Fatry sect's strength was at the level of an overlord, an existence that ruled over a region. East Imperial City was also under the jurisdiction of the Fatry sect, and it was as if they had seen the sect master. No one in the East Imperial City would dare to challenge the Fatry sect. Its power was too great. The strongest person in the East Imperial City is also only a royal realm, but the royal realm was like an ant in the Fatry sect. How strong was it? Long Fei looked at the order badge on the ground, his gaze becoming tense. Death-free order? He was perplexed. He didn't understand. He only knew Fu Shishan in the East Imperial City. Could it be the business alliance of Fu family? However, the power and influence of the Fatry sect was far stronger than the entire business alliance of Fu family. It was likely that the business alliance of Fu family would not even be able to take out such a precious item. Who was that? Suso? If it was her, she would have run out immediately. Who is it? The corners of Lien Wuchao's eyes twitched violently. The fury in his heart had to be suppressed. It was true that the power in his body was the power of the God's tribe. However, where is the God's tribe? Where was the God's tribe palace? He had no idea. Even if he could become a member of the God's tribe, water would not be able to save him from danger. If the Fatry sect managed to reach the East Imperial City in a short amount of time, the consequences would be unimaginable if he offended the Fatry sect. Lien Wuchao could not accept it. Suppressing his anger, he clenched his teeth and asked, "Who is it?" At this time, a figure landed. Everyone's face changed. The old servant Qian Yan, who was by Dean of Donghuang College's side. Could it really be the death-free order that the Dean of Donghuang College took out? Qian Yan landed on the ground and looked at Long Fei. He could not tell what was special about him, and his heart was also filled with incomparable suspicion. On the way here, he kept asking himself, why? Why? There's nothing special about this kid. The blood vein is ordinary, his talent is ordinary. Why would the principal use the death-free order to save him? Death-free order were too precious. It was so precious that the Dean of Donghuang College kept it on him at all times. God knows how many people in the East Imperial City wanted to obtain the death-free order. However, as long as it landed on the ground, it would be considered as a use. Moreover, not long later, it would slowly disappear into the soil, returning back to the Fatry sect. Death-free order Luo Lien Wuchao, stop. Qian Yan said indifferently. Lan Mei looked at Long Fei and said excitedly, "We don't need to die." Long Fei also laughed. His mind was still full of suspicions. Dean of Donghuang College doesn't have any reason to save me. I saw it when I was in Night Valley that day. He definitely will not save me. Even if he had to save me, he definitely won't do it in such a public place. It's even more impossible for him to use such a precious death-free order to save him. There must be a reason. Everyone in East Imperial City treated Long Fei as a traitor. A man must be killed. Anyone who wanted to listen to his words would also be seen as a traitor and a scum. No matter who it was the same even for the Donghuang College. It would definitely implicate him, and even damage his reputation. This was very disadvantageous to the Donghuang College. Intelligent people definitely would not do such a thing. Elder Qian, why? Why did you save a muggle from a lower plane? A few elders walked out. Qian Yan said indifferently, "You don't need to know the reason, just do it." Lien Wuchao, do you understand? The respect he had for the Fatri sect was not the slightest bit, it was an existence he absolutely did not dare to provoke. Just a small East Imperial city like this, any number of powerhouse sent over would be enough to eliminate them. Minute. There's no hope. Sigh. After all this time, we still haven't killed this scum. Just what is the background of this kid? Why is the old courtyard protecting him? Could he be someone from the Fatri sect? Bullshit. Many people were depressed, very unhappy, but there was no other way. The Fatri sect couldn't afford to offend anyone. It was also at this time. A group of people quickly rushed over from every street. These people were all messengers from the various families. As each of them whispered these words into the ears of the elders of their family, the faces of each and every one of those elders suddenly changed. They all looked towards Long Fei. Zhang Xian's gaze darkened. Disciples of the Chun family, listen up. Retreat. Disciples of the Wang family, listen up. Retreat. 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 Suddenly, all of the clan elders were ordered to evacuate by their clan leader. They didn't understand, but at this point, even if they stayed, they wouldn't be able to kill Long Fei. They watched as the crowd left. Lien Wuchao said solemnly, "All of you wait. Lien Xiao, everything is over. What else do you want to do?" After all this time, a lot of disciples died and died, but I didn't manage to get anything. If you didn't say that this brat has fragments of the amethyst armor, then I wouldn't have come to terms with you. Exactly. Immediately. Lien Wuchao's face was ugly, the anger in his heart was surging, and he was extremely unhappy. He walked in front of Qian Yan and said solemnly, "Elder Qian, I want to ask you a question." Qian Yan said, "Speak." Lien Wuchao asked, "How many people can the death-free order protect at once?" Qian Yan was slightly taken aback about that. According to the rules of the Fatri sect, death-free order can only protect one person at a time. Hee. The corner of Lien Wuchao's mouth curled up slightly and coldly stared at Long Fei. "You can only protect one?" "One." Lien Wuchao looked at Qian Yan and asked, "Then whose is this death-free order's protection?" Qian Yan's gaze tightened, looked at Long Fei, and lightly said, "Long Fei." Lien Wuchao was not surprised at all. She coldly looked at Lan Mei and said, "So, you can kill her, right?" Looking at Lien Wuchao's sinister sneer, Lan Mei's mind trembled. Everyone stopped their retreat and revealed a sneer of disdain. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. The aura on Lien Wuchao's body surged once again. "Today, I'll take your life first." His aura stirred. The purple blade chi attacked again, but Lien Wuchao sneered sinisterly, "Bitch, go and die." Lan Mei's body trembled. Long Fei moved. Suddenly. Just at this time, he suddenly felt that the bindings on the killing sword had disappeared, and in that moment, Long Fei controlled it and said, "If you don't want to die, you won't rest until one side dies, right? Damn it, killing flying sword, come." Chapter 2876, You Dare to Touch My Woman? Chapter 2876, You Dare to Touch My Woman? I want you to suffer, I want you to die. Lien Wuchao could not let Long Fei go 3 times in a row, so what could he do with the death-free orderess? "If I can't kill you, then I'll kill the people around you. It makes you feel bad." Moreover, this dragon gathering was actually planned out by the Lien family. If it were to end like this, then what face would the Lien family have? Lien Wuchao would definitely not let it go. Lien Wuchao sneered sinisterly, stared at Lan Mei and said, "You dress so beautifully, just like a bride. This is even better, go to hell to accompany my brother." His voice sank. Lien Wuchao's figure suddenly disappeared. His right hand grabbed towards Lan Mei's throat. Bam! Bam! 2 consecutive shots rang out, but they did not hit. Everyone could not help but be shocked. Launcher is not dead yet? But to send a god's elephant state ranker, who could not even deal with a single launcher. No one thought too much about it. They were all staring at the motionless Lan Mei, who was at a loss as to what to do. Lien Wuchao could even kill dragons, and it was easy for him to deal with her. Qian Yen glanced at Long Fei and gently shook his head. He signaled Long Fei not to act carelessly because he was not his match. From Dean of Dong Huang College's tone, Qian Yen knew that something must not happen to Long Fei. If Long Fei and Lien Wuchao were to use steel, then Long Fei would definitely not be his match. As long as Long Fei attacked, he would fall into Lien Wuchao's trap. Lien Wuchao sneered sinisterly. Trash, just watch as your woman dies by my hands, ha ha. An explosion sounded in the air. Lan Mei saw that Long Fei was unable to move, and was crushed by the imposing aura on her, causing her to be unable to move. She could only watch as Long Fei continuously shook his head. No, don't come over, don't. She also knew that if Long Fei came over, she would fall into Lien Wuchao's trap. At that time, the death-free order was useless. It didn't matter if he died, since her life was a burden anyway. She had lived long enough. Her father died because of her and her two uncles died because of her. The entire Lan clan also became like this because of her. It's good to die. Before she died, she could fight alongside Long Fei, and had a period of invincible time. As someone who couldn't cultivate, she was satisfied. Thus, even in the face of death, Lan Mei was very calm. There wasn't much fear in her eyes, and she was more worried about Long Fei. She was afraid that Long Fei would come and protect her. Sigh. The East Imperial City is missing a beauty, a unique beauty. The blue-colored monster just perished, just like that. Trash is trash. If my woman gets bullied, I will fight it out even if I die. Ha ha. Look at him not moving at all and not even daring to move forward. This is the muggle that came from the lower plane. I think he's scared to death right now, and might have already peed his pants. Ha ha! The surrounding people mocked him. Lien Wuchao was not fast either, he was waiting for him. As long as Long Fei made a move, the death-free order would lose its effectiveness. It could only keep one person alive, but this person could not counterattack. Long Fei. Open your eyes wide and see, your woman is about to die. Ha ha! Soon to be my brother's ghost bride. A useless trash like you can only watch from the side. You can't do anything about it. This must be a great feeling, ha ha. Lien Wuchao was fiercely agitated. Long Fei did not say anything, but inwardly he was urging, quick, quick, quick. Faster. The killing flying sword flew out of the city lord's mansion. In that instant, Su Wantu's eyes turned cold and she said faintly, as expected. That's right. I predicted that it would always be controlled by that brat, but now that it's bound by the purple crystal, it can't be controlled any longer. He was instantly controlled. Just what kind of flying sword is this? Su Wantu watched as the flying sword flew out of the Su residence like a stream of light. A guard quickly came over and reported, Sir, the Dean of Dong Huang College's death-free order has been used. Su Wantu's gaze tensed up, filled with suspicion. Factory Sec's death-free order? That was traded to the Donghuang College by the White Horse Incantation Yuan Tianwang all those years ago. Are you sure? Su Wantu did not believe it, nor did he dare believe it. In the entire East Imperial City, there was only one death-free order. In the East Imperial City, its value could be said to be higher than any other holy artifact. An existence at the level of an overlord in the Factory Sect. The entire western regions was within its grasp. Not only was there a vast region, a small East Imperial City was only the size of a speck of dust in the eyes of the Factory Sect. If not for Yuan Tianwang's exceptional talent and performance, he would have ranked third in the Factory Sect's great examination all those years ago. Sect Master of Factory Sect rewarded Donghuang College with a death-free order. After so many years had passed, there was now a Yuan Tianwang in the East Imperial City. Any more disciples could only stop at the big exam and didn't even have the qualifications to become an outer disciple of the Fatri sect. The death-free orders were extremely important, the guard replied. Reporting to Sir, it was brought by Qian Yan, who was by Dean of Dong Huang College's side. Strangely, the death-free order was given to that kid surnamed Long Su Wantu glared at him again. What? It was given to Long Fei? Dean of Dong Huang College, what are you thinking? Su Wantu's heart sank. He did not understand, very much, why such a precious item would be given to someone who was not familiar with it. Furthermore, it was at a critical juncture like dragon gathering. Su Wantu couldn't wrap his head around it. This had a huge impact on the Donghuang College. However, Su Wantu knew that something must have happened, or else according to Dean of Dong Huang College's personality, death-free order would definitely not be given to others as they please. There must be some other reason. Seems like Long Fei is even more complicated than I thought. Su Wantu muttered for a moment and then asked, What's the situation now? The guard said, Lien Wuchao has not stopped. The death-free order can only protect one person. Beside Long Fei there is still the Lan clan Lan Mei. She is currently making her move. I think that Long Fei cannot protect her. The difference in cultivation is too great. No one will die because of a woman. With the protection of the death-free order, he would absolutely not die. Under the circumstances, who would save a woman and throw themselves in? There was no one in the world who was so stupid. Su Wantu thought so too. He only had one life, and if he died, he would have nothing. Long Fei was not a match for Lien Wuchao in the first place. If he were to save someone, he would die along with him. Everyone believed that Long Fei would not save Lan Mei, and would only watch Lan Mei die in Lien Wuchao's hands. However, just as they were talking, Su rushed out. Big brother Long Fei isn't that kind of person. He will definitely save big sister Lan. Definitely. Su Wantu frowned. Save? With what? To save his own life? If that's the case, then it would be even more stupid and unworthy of your liking. For a person who does not care for his life, what does he have to protect the people around him? Chapter 2877 Kneeling Instantly. Chapter 2877 Kneeling instantly. It could be said that no one would be able to save him, including Su Wantu himself. If it was him, he would also choose not to save her. Because a man must know how to endure. If he knew that he was going to die, he would go save him. He was not a hero, but a retard. It wouldn't be too late for a gentleman to exact vengeance in 10 years. As long as there was life, there would definitely be a chance. However, they were not Long Fei, and they did not know what kind of person Long Fei was. Just as Lien Wuchao lost patience and was about to kill his opponent, Long Fei moved. Qian Yan immediately said, Long Fei, you can't go. If you attack, the death-free order will lose its use. At that time, the only death-free order in the entire city. Was it going to be wasted just like that? The death-free order can only be used once. Is that a waste? Qian Yan's heart would always ache. Long Fei did not stop and walked over to Lan Mei in large strides and said, She is my woman, I will definitely not let my woman be bullied. Whoever wants to kill her, I'll let them die. The same goes for the Emperor. Long Fei's chi moved slightly, the pubes seemed to be breathing in and out like it was luck. However, Long Fei was not using his luck, but controlling the killing flying sword. Seeing Long Fei standing out and going over the death-free order's, Lien Wuchao laughed. Many of the surrounding people also laughed. What a brainless person. You're still thinking of being a hero to save a beauty at such a time. What qualifications do you have to take a piss and look after yourself? Ha ha. Not only is your cultivation useless, your brain is also useless. Ha ha. Brat, get ready to tremble. The crowd burst into laughter. Lan Mei also shook her head as she cried. Qian Yin frowned. This brat? Sigh. Lien Wuchao laughed sinisterly. Ha ha. Long Fei, kneel down and accept your death and return my grandfather's life. Roar! A Qilin roared. Buzz. The large amethyst blade appeared once again, filling the entire sky with Qilin blade qi. Within a radius of several kilometers, it was being crushed by the aura of Lien Wuchao alone. This move. He would definitely not give Long Fei another chance. The Jedi won't die. With a roar, Lien Wuchao's aura surged, the Qilin image superimposed onto his body, looking extremely lifelike, as if it was going to eat him alive. The blade qi on the large amethyst blade superimposed layer after layer. Finally, it was 3 stories high. This was Lien Wuchao's strongest move. Even if it was the powerhouse of the senior realm, it would still only take a second. How strong was his desire to kill Long Fei? What a powerful strength! No wonder the venerable powerhouse is no match for him. Isn't this power too powerful? As expected of the number 1 genius of the East Imperial City, all the great teachers have placed great hopes on him. Who knows, maybe he will be able to pass the Fatri Sex test in the future. Young Master Lien is mighty. Kill him! Everyone was shocked by the power that erupted from Lien Wuchao's body. It was simply too strong. Die! Lien Wuchao glared at him fiercely. However, just as he was about to slash Long Fei into fine powder, he had already said the word die, but he didn't move an inch. Furthermore, his body suddenly began to tremble. Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed. The aura on his body suddenly changed. Lien Wuchao looked at Long Fei and said, I was just joking earlier. The Death-Free Order S have already appeared, how would I kill you? I don't dare to go against Fatri Sect either. Hee. Instant submission? Suddenly becoming like this? What the hell was he doing? No one knew what happened. The corner of Long Fei's mouth hooked up as he laughed lightly. You're standing too high up, I don't want to raise my head to talk to anyone. I'm coming down. I'll be right down. Lien Wuchao instantly descended from the sky and said with a face full of smiles, I was wrong, how could you spare me? Long Fei's mouth hooked up and said, Are you talking to me? My ears aren't too good, can you kneel down and clarify it a little? Cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck. Lien Wuchao said in a heavy tone, Long Fei, don't push your luck. Long Fei smiled faintly. I'm sorry, I just like to push my luck. The idea moved. Lien Wuchao's eyes were brimming with fury. If looks could kill, Long Fei would have been killed by Lien Wuchao 1,000,000 times over. He glared at Long Fei and then he slowly bent over and knelt on the ground. Lien Wuchao kneeled. He knelt for the second time. This was the first time they had knelt in front of the entire Night Valley in front of the disciples of the Lien family. And now, here, they were kneeling in front of the entire city. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on. A few seconds ago, Lien Wuchao had still crushed Long Fei. But now, instantaneously, it flipped over. What had happened? He couldn't even react in time. Only Lien Wuchao himself knew. On the back of his head, a flying sword had already pierced into his skull. As long as he used a little more strength, he would be like his grandfather, a headshot. He couldn't understand it at first. Grandfather is so strong, what can a mere flying sword do? Furthermore, the flying sword released by Long Fei's general level could not cause the slightest bit of damage to the senior realm, but now he had experienced it. The flying sword at the back of his head was not an ordinary flying sword. Long Fei smiled. Is that enough? It's not enough at all. Lien Wuchao squinted and said, What exactly do you want to do? Long Fei stepped forward and slapped him. You dare to speak to me in such a manner? Pa! It was incomparably loud. Had used a lot of strength in this slap, but Long Fei did not make any expression because the anger in his heart. He was abnormally angry. He had been suppressing it the entire time. What was his character? More irritable than fire. A person who would do anything if he was unwilling to accept the fact that life and death were indifferent to it. Move his woman? Endure? Let alone having a killing flying sword, even if he didn't, Long Fei would still have crossed over the death-free order sign, because he was Long Fei. Lien Wuchao's face burned with anger, blood trickled out from the corner of his mouth as he clenched his fists. His killing intent soared to the sky, but he still lowered his head and fiercely kowtowed to the ground, and said, "Please, please, please forgive me this once, I swear, I will never be your enemy again." This caused Long Fei to be secretly shocked. She didn't expect Lien Wuchao to be so tolerant. The surrounding people had stupefied expressions on their faces. "Young Master Lien, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling down to this trash? Is there water in your head? What happened?" The corner of Long Fei's mouth twitched and said, "Kill that person who just said I'm trash." Lien Wuchao raised his eyes and instantly rushed out. He grabbed onto a warrior and crushed his head, and returned to Long Fei's side. "Is this all right?" Everyone was dumbfounded. Staring at Lien Wuchao, her eyes revealed hatred. Long Fei continued, "Just now, there were a few more people who were killed as well." Lien Wuchao moved again with a few cracking sounds. Another wave of people fell. "Is that enough?" Long Fei looked at the hate in the eyes of the surrounding people, and faintly smiled and said, "That's about it, that's enough." Chapter 2878 One Sword Blast. Chapter 2878 One Sword Blast. Almost, that's enough. When Lien Wuchao heard this, it was as if he had been pardoned. He was about to leave quickly. However, after he turned around, Long Fei said coldly, "Did I let you go?" Lien Wuchao suddenly stopped, his fists tightened, the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched. He truly wanted to crush Long Fei. He truly wanted to do so, However, he slowly turned around with a face full of smiles and said, "Brother Long Fei, what else do you want? Speak. As long as it's a matter of the East Imperial City, I will solve any problem for you. Is there anyone else who is speaking ill of you? Tell me, no one here is my match, I can kill them all." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. "Lien Wuchao, are you King crazy? Lien Wuchao, who do you think you are? Junior, you are actually such a thing." "He's not a thing." Without waiting for everyone to finish, Lien Wuchao's figure flashed. Shwa, shwa, shwa. After a few consecutive blows, the head of the speaker was instantly taken off. His hands were bloodied as he threw them on the ground. He already wanted to vent. All these killing intents were originally meant for Long Fei. However, Lien Wuchao revealed a sinister smile and said, "Whoever King says anything more will die." The surroundings suddenly quieted down. The hatred in his eyes was dense. Lien Wuchao changed his expression into a fawning expression and said, "Master Long Fei, can I leave now? Let me go once, and I'll take a detour wherever you are from now on." Long Fei shrugged and said, "Go. It's not like I'm keeping you here. You can leave at any time." "But you've killed so many people. If I let you leave, these people probably won't let you leave either, right? And if it weren't for the dragon gathering that you planned for, the disciples of the families would not have died. Even if I let you go, do you think the big families in the East Imperial City would let you go?" Long Fei said indifferently. All of the clan elders stared at Lien Wuchao with sunken eyes. Lien Wuchao said solemnly, "You were the one who told me to kill all these people." Long Fei sneered, "So what if I tell you to kill me? Then why don't you go and eat shit when I'm telling you to eat shit? I only casually said that you took it for real. It was you who loved to kill." Lien Wuchao's face turned ugly. It was useless for him to say anything now, and he knew that this world relied on strength and not words. As long as he could survive. As long as the God's tribe's power in his body was still circulating, he was not afraid of anyone. Immediately, Lien Wuchao said arrogantly, "As long as you let me go, these people will be a bunch of trash. Whoever dares to stop me will die." Extremely arrogant. Long Fei intentionally added fuel to the fire. "You're really arrogant. These people are seniors after all. It's not good to say that they are trash, right?" Furthermore, saying these words in front of the entire audience is not giving them any face at all. The expressions of the older generation turned extremely ugly. All of them felt extremely humiliated. An old man said in a low voice, "Lien Wuchao, you are too arrogant." Lien Wuchao's eyes turned cold. He stared at the old man and said, "I am crazy, what can you do?" The old man was so angry that his face turned red. It was also at this time. A few elders stepped forward. "Your Lien family is a noble, but this is still not the place where your Lien family can cover the sky with one hand." "You're right. You want to leave after killing so many of our disciples? Leave your life behind." These words were repeated one after another. All of the elders stepped forward, and the disciples of their family also rushed forward. They didn't even feel good about being called trash. Especially those hot-blooded young disciples. They were abnormally angry. "Don't waste time with him. Kill him. Kill him." Many disciples quickly closed in. Lien Wuchao was not afraid in the slightest as he said, "With just you pieces of trash like you all, if we were to go up together, your father will definitely smash you into meat paste." He was angry. Anger had made him lose his mind, and now he just wanted to get out of here. Thus, he was desperate. The more they spoke, the more wrong they became. The surrounding people were getting angrier and angrier. Qian Yen looked at Long Fei and said in his heart, "So powerful." He didn't know what kind of method Long Fei used to make Lien Wuchao surrender to him to such a state, but he sincerely admired Long Fei. He was originally a dragon gathering, but what had he become now? It had directly turned into a massacre. He had to say it. Although words could not kill, it could still kill. Long Fei looked at everything and suddenly said, "Lien Wuchao wants to escape, don't let him escape." As soon as the words left his mouth, immediately dozens of people charged forward. "Kill! Kill! Don't let him escape!" The aura on Lien Wuchao's body suddenly exploded. "You think only trash like you can keep me here? All of you, go to hell!" Boom! Dozens of people were sent flying. Kill! But there were thousands of people in the surroundings. One was knocked away, and the other rushed up, and more people rushed up. In a moment, Lien Wuchao's body was surrounded by people. These people were like a swarm of ants, crazily rushing forward. Lien Wuchao killed crazily. But the more he killed, the crazier the people around him became. "You say that we're trash, but what do you care? Kill him and bring down his status as a noble of Lien family. Kill him. Damn it. You are acting crazy in front of everyone in the city. Are you crazy?" Rumble. Rumble. All sorts of powerful techniques fiercely smashed onto Lien Wuchao's body. Blast it to death. Lan Mei was dumbfounded. What's going on? Now, no one cared about Long Fei at all. All of them charged towards Lien Wuchao with incomparable madness. Lien Wuchao was powerful. However, there were simply too many people around. Even if they killed one wave after another, they wouldn't be able to kill them all and they wouldn't be able to charge out. He didn't want to die. These people didn't care about their lives. "I just want to fight you to the death." When Long Fei saw this, he felt pain in his heart. Experience, my universal value. Just recently, his universal value had already accumulated to 2,600 points. According to the Grand Mist system's setup, 100 points of universal value could be condensed into a drop of universal soul. In other words, he could now condense 26 drops of Grand Mist energy. The power of the universal soul. It was terrifying even to the imagination. Now, Long Fei did not have time to think about all this. Seeing that Lien Wuchao was frantically killing, there was really no one who could stop him. This slaughter demon, everyone can kill it. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Fei leaped high into the air, flew straight up, and smashed down with his palm, with a heavy sound, instant death palm, die. Everyone looked at Long Fei. Lien Wuchao's pupils suddenly shrank. Long Fei, fuck you. Crack. Without waiting for him to finish, his head exploded. A headshot. Chapter 2879 Lien Wuchao, Explode. Chapter 2879 Lien Wuchao, Explode. Bam! A ray of light passed through the back of his head. A crack appeared on his forehead. The flowing light also instantly disappeared. Long Fei did not dare to let it stay any longer as he quickly retracted it back into his body. The flying sword returned to its original form, once again returning to his pubes. Long Fei finally relaxed a little, but the power of the flying sword became chaotic and weakened due to varying degrees of damage. Was it huge to want to repair it back? After all, this flying sword was made from the ancient inheritance that violet gold Godguard commanded the energy in Sky Marshal's body. Furthermore, he had cultivated it to the Mahayana realm, so once it was damaged, repairing it would be extremely difficult. This ancient inheritance's power will be weakened. Long Fei understood in his heart that before his cultivation level increased, this ancient inheritance-killing flying sword was his strongest trump card. Lien Kaijiang, who had instantly killed Senior Realm. Now, even Lien Wuchao, who had fused with the violet gold armor's energy, had his head blown off. Without it, it was unknown how many times Long Fei had died. Killing flying sword were too important. Ding! The system sounded out. Long Fei laughed to himself. Explode. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Lien Wuchao, for obtaining 100,000 experience, 10,000 true spiritual value points, and 1 universal value point. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Illusory Qilin Divine Blood. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Violet Gold Armor Fragment. Do you wish to fuse it? Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level. General level 6. It dropped. Another drop of Holy Vein. Long Fei was secretly happy. He had also explosively obtained the Illusory Qilin Divine Blood from Lien Kaijiang's body. Now that there was one more, Lan Mei would have a bit more hope. Lan Mei didn't have much time left. Originally, she still had half a year of lifespan, but after today's outbreak and her severe injuries, her lifespan became increasingly short. If he didn't help her dredge the channels any longer, and released the vein of blue water's power, she feared that he wouldn't be able to hold on for 2 more months. Violet gold armor fragment? Long Fei looked at this small piece of purple metal. It looked like a purple ore in a game. There wasn't anything special about it. However, it was because this small piece of violet gold armor made everyone in the East Imperial City scramble to obtain it. Everyone wanted to obtain it, and they even turned Han Wuya into a monster. Although Lien Wuchao was not controlled, his mentality had changed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so irritable just now. Do you wish to fuse them? Long Fei faintly exhaled. No. He gave up on fusing. At this time, the Azure Dragon spoke up slightly. Little kid, if you don't want it, then leave it to me. This purple gold metal is a good material to forge my dragon armor. Long Fei stared blankly, then said, forging your dragon armor would probably require a mountain of similar materials. This piece of purple gold metal is just this tiny bit, collecting it is simply too difficult. The green dragon replied, don't worry. This piece of purple gold was used to make the violet gold Godguard's armor. Even if you can't collect it with this small piece of purple gold, I will be able to sense where the purple gold mine is. At that time, are there still no materials? He had his own plans. What was the power of the Azure Dragon? Long Fei wasn't sure either. However, very powerful. Long Fei said, "All right, then you can keep it for yourself." Long Fei placed the violet gold armor fragment into the space ring that the green dragon was in, and then asked, "You can sense where the spirit treasure is?" The Azure Dragon laughed. The dragon race has an unusual reaction towards spiritual treasures, especially light-emitting items. For high-grade ores like this, one can immediately know the exact location within 10 kilometers. Awesome! Long Fei was startled. What about the other spirit treasures? The Azure Dragon replied, "It's not as sensitive as the ore, but it's still possible to get close to it." "Kid, what do you want to do?" Long Fei smiled and said, "It will be useful in the future." Heh. Killing monsters was too difficult and killing people was too troublesome. Moreover, there weren't that many monsters or people for Long Fei to kill. If he wanted to quickly level up, other than using in-game methods, he could also gain experience through recycling. This is important. As long as he had enough soul treasures, leveling up would only take a few minutes. With the Azure Dragon, a treasure-seeking divine beast, how could he worry about not finding a spirit treasure? The green dragon said no more. The surrounding people also recovered from their shock. Seconds. What a powerful strength! So, he has always been hiding his strength, so he does not need any death-free order. Good job, Lien Wuchao. This dog deserves to die. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have done this. The mighty Young Master Long, the domineering aura of the Young Master Long. Young Master Long is awesome. Many people began to shout out. The situation seemed to have turned 180 degrees, from wanting to kill Long Fei in the beginning to wanting to kill him now. This was not even counting the fact that many clan elders had walked over to Long Fei's side. He had a fawning expression on his face. "Mr. Long, you are truly mighty. My Yu family's door is open for you at any time. Feel free to come look for us if you need anything. The same goes for my Lu family. The Mr. Long is the most amazing genius of the East Imperial City. Lien Wuchao isn't even qualified to carry your shoes. Mr. Long." All of them were like ass-kissing bums, their attitudes changing by 180 degrees. Because they knew that Long Fei's identity was not normal. The dean of Donghuang College's death-free order had all come out, and even sent the Donghuang College's envoys to the various great families to notify them. It could be seen that Long Fei was extremely important to the dean of Donghuang College. No matter what the reason was, Long Fei could not afford to offend him now. Long Fei smiled lightly and said, of course, many thanks to all seniors for thinking so highly of me." "Right. Lien Wuchao is dead, then the Lien family." An old man immediately said, "Rest assured, Mr. Long, the nobility status of Lien family is not something that can be obtained with the power of a clan. With the death of Lien Wuchao, there will be very few people in Lien family, and they will be chased out of East Imperial City." Right. They were all old cunning foxes, and Long Fei's words were immediately understood. Moreover, they were also angry at the Lien family. Now that he was dead, there was nothing to be afraid of anymore. Long Fei slightly smiled and said in his heart, "Really good." Long Fei also said, "Lien family is the root of this disaster, so naturally, we have to eliminate him. However, this matter happened because of me, so when the time comes, I want to get involved as well." What kind of status does Lien family have? Even if he wasn't a noble, he was still a first-rate family. How many treasures were hidden in the house? How could he miss such a family rating matter? Everyone immediately nodded and said, "Of course not. Lien Wuchao, Lien Kaijiang, don't let another senior Lien appear when the time comes." The crowd dispersed. Qian Yan also left, and did not invite Long Fei to the Donghuang College. As long as they had a relationship with the Donghuang College, No one in the East Imperial City would dare touch Long Fei. The street was deserted again. Only Long Fei, Lan Mei, and the group of Lan clan members standing far away were left looking at Lan Mei, wishing that he would die. Lan Mei was also looking at them. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.